Oh god.
Go.
Oh god. Oh god. No, it's okay. It's okay. I needed to be very sure that. Yeah.
There we go.
This stream wasn't going to start playing through the microphone because that would be painful.
No, that would be painful. There. Well, and then there's the technical issue of not showing the right screen. There we go. Okay, some minor technical issues, some minor delays. Only by 3 minutes,
There we
but I
go.
think is fairly well. So, it's Sunday morning, and today I'm doing the Inheritance of Crimson Manor, and I'm here with Blobber.
Hello, Internet.
So, after having done a race against each other, we figured out it would be nice to also try cooperative play.
Come on now. After winning a race, Morrigan, come on.
Fine, after winning the race.
That's what you win. There we go.
After
well
winning
done.
a race, there we go. Thought it would be fun with cooperative play because after we finished streaming, and it took a while. Let's be honest, that wasn't a short stream. Both of us still sat up and watched the VODs afterwards.
I stayed up far too late, yes.
Yes, to watch how the other person solved the similar puzzles. And we solved them in very different ways, and definitely some more than others.
I had a great time. Both in the run and watching you.
Yeah. So now let's see how this goes when we try to cooperate on solving this and hopefully escaping the manor, I think? We'll see.
With our lives.
Hopefully staying
And honor
alive.
intact. Unlike from the wooden gears prevent the clock from moving.
Oh dear, as long as there's no clocks, we'll be fine. After working for more than 10 years as the private assistant of the enigmatic Railroad Magnate Hadley Strange, oh well, guess I don't read that anything, you have now been appointed as the executor in charge of fulfilling his last will, and as the caretaker of his majestic manor, a luxurious property on the outskirts of London. Upon your arrival at the mansion, you find a cryptic set of instructions that could make you change your mind about who your former employer really was. Okay, pursuit of Eric's personal goal is a vain, futile effort. Oh, well. Charming. Very uplifting. Let's see, let's swap to that one as well. There we go. Good morning, dear Desertion. Hope you're having a great day. And thanks. Hopefully we'll survive.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's see. Press O to display the current objective, or press H to get a hint. No. No. That's two of us. Going into the hints now, it's just dishonorable. Dwell into the mansion and investigate why Mr. Strange appointed you his executor. Okay, do we have a key?
Very odd to not know that you're the executor.
We're already inside though. Can we leave? No.
It's a very not reflective mirror.
Very much so. Nothing unusual. The drawers are off limits. Cannot take our hat. Or someone else's hat. Okay, let's see. Okay, so it's was. Door seems to be unlocked, but one knob is missing. Very well.
The other one? Can you yoink the other one?
Let's see. No. It insists it wants both.
Okay.
So it's about finding the other doorknob. Can I see what this is? Tragedy in the Thames. Member of the renowned Strange family have lost their lives in a tragic and mysterious boat accident. Sunday, September 25th, 1892. Well, that dates it. Good morning, Brum.
Morning, Worm.
We'll see. We'll see if it will be Hercule Poirot and Sherlock, or if it will indeed be Captain Hastings and good old Watson. We'll see what level.
I'm bamboozled so far.
Nothing unusual, but I want to open
The
the package.
top of the cane?
I mean, you'd think so. It has very much a doorknob shape. But nothing unusual. Oh, there we go. Now I can open the door. I just went too far away. Dear Probate Conservator, by express instructions of the deceased, you are the only person authorized to enter his office and give initial reading of his will. Please do so as soon as possible in order to locate the heirs and proceed with the corresponding testamentary process. P.S. One of the front doorknobs has been damaged during my visit. Please add it to the pending repairs list prior to the execution of the will. I have placed the fallen knob inside one of the bottom drawers of the entrance closet. Lionel Carringor.
Not the most useful place to put the note, in the other closet.
Yeah. You know, it's, Can I keep it? I can open it.
Pretty.
Not sure if that time's gonna be relevant at one point. But, I guess I'll put it back.
Past 12.
Okay, doorknob. Navigate, inventory, rotate, equip. Okay, fair enough. Wait, I can't look at the ledger?
Almost.
Well, that book will remain a mystery then. Also, hello, Neem Blub.
G'day, Nemi.
Let's see. Equip the doorknob, and should be good to go. Just sometimes you just gotta equip the doorknob. It's we made it into the house.
Objective achieved.
Let's see. Find the study though. I mean, if this is Poirot level, it's gonna take a while to find the study. I took far too long finding any rooms with him. Let's see. Oh, that's a corridor. That's another long corridor. I was hoping for just a simple open one door and the study is there. Doesn't seem like I'll be that lucky. West wing is locked.
Carpet's so crinkled. The carpet is so crinkled.
I mean, that is a death trap waiting to happen. Someone's gonna fall there. Okay, so that one was the same there. Door is locked. There's a lion head relief on the lock. Okay, so that's the lion head key, apparently. All I know about this game in advance is that you will be collecting a lot of keys. Bedlam Asylum, patient admission letter. Patient Darlene Thomas was admitted on this mental health institution at 9 a.m. on March 14, 1893. She was permitted from the Strange family manor, where she presented violent behavior, persecution delusions, and compulsive mania. Her claims about underground illegal experiment within the manor were classified as hallucinations. Hence, female patient number 17 will be admitted to the schizophrenic patient's ward. I have a feeling you're gonna be proven that you weren't during this gameplay. Fair. A lot of notes. There, Miss Thomas, I have lost my pocket watch somewhere in my office. I count on your valuable cooperation to find it. When done, please leave the key to my desk inside the mail organizer in the hall outside the library. Okay.
I think the first thing there is find the library.
And then the
we can
mail
worry about
organizer.
locating. Yeah.
Okay. We can get a pair of binoculars, which we can't keep. They look pretty, but useless.
It might be like the Sherlock giraffe game, where you can only pick up things when you need them.
Could be. November 5th, 1892, Royal Scientific Company, I'm assuming, Mr. Hadley Strange. In this Honorable Scientific Council, we see that extreme concern, the conclusion submitted in your article about the research title, Eugenic Transliteration. The procedures described in your paper are beyond unacceptable to the ethical values of the scientific society and must be stopped immediately. Be fulfilled. I don't think our employer sounds like... I don't think our employer must have been a very nice person. Door is locked from the other side.
Morning, Orthopox.
Ah. Morning, Orthopox. Well, this could be a library. That definitely looks like a puzzle.
I'd go with study.
Maybe study. And we do not have what we need to even attempt that, beside brute forcing it so far.
Can we just check out what the symbols are, though? How many?
Sure. Let's see. And yeah, it's the same on everyone.
6, 7, 7, 6, 7. Okay.
So, can keep an eye out for that. Oh look, another map. Beautiful sea route. After traveling around the world to explore 3 different remote islands, my way of seeing the world changed forever.
Yeah, I'm here, Nemapop. Other side of the world. We've got other side of the world lag, but that's about it.
Old Man Gay seems to hide something.
Oh no, yeah, yes, Nemi. This is all on posting on Morrigan's side today.
Well, even if I rotate it, you don't give me any more information. So, put back.
Abraham Lincoln and a lady?
Who knows? Indeed, it is International Sleuthing Day. Expedition log, day 1. Okay, there's only 1 page. The final voyage of the Camille. As a first step for the expansion of the railway company to maritime passenger transport, we carried out an expedition to explore new sea routes aboard the Camille, the final ship of a new fleet of ships acquired for this purpose. The climate and the crew's thirst made us land on a series of small islands, where I was able to make amazing observations. The inhabitants of these remote lost islands, forgotten by civilization, had very particular characteristics. They enjoyed vitality and splendid appearance of youth, even to their oldest inhabitants. It seemed that time had been kind to all those people, a situation that left me extremely amazed and wondering if there was underlying reason.
Fountain of Youth? Question mark?
Who are we stabbing, though?
It's a letter opener.
Yes, but you can stab someone with a letter opener.
And that ancient typewriter.
So ancient. Okay, wait. Okay, so I can rotate the globe. Huh. And it makes a noise. Well, I'm sure that will prove useful at one point. Cigar. She went to the cobbler's to buy him some shoes, but when she came back, he was reading the news.
Why would you buy a dog shoes?
Snowshoes?
Okay, yep, yep, there's no snow here, I didn't even, wouldn't imagine.
Well, I have 2 dogs with a lot of fur, so snowshoes to avoid lumps in fur is a bit more of a concern here. I almost feel surprised that there's a chest that we're just allowed to open. Criminal Instinct, Little Bundle Edition, The Scarlet Widow.
Ooh.
Hmm?
It's very aggressive, the pose. She's very much about to stab him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't even see that there were drawers on this desk. Come on, there was a hand there. No, that was just to close the drawer. I was hoping we could take something. Either they have just... Oops. No. Either they have put a lot of objects in this game that will never be relevant. Or we're gonna be doing a lot of back and forth as these things become available to pick up. Okay, find a way to open the desk drawer. That was the thing that we needed the library for. So... off we go. Yeah, we came from that direction. Okay, yeah, no, this is definitely the library. That's a proper library with a second floor. Oh, the dream.
And the desk outside looked like it had a little letter receptacle thing.
It did. And it definitely has a key. Desk key. Also has something else. That's a photo taken from the second storage, though. Why? So if you're...
Maybe there's a hidden door there.
Could
We'll
be.
find out later.
But that's behind the chair. But fine, let's just get the will. And then worry about everything else. Once that's solved. Oh. Train motif key. Copper key with a train-shaped keychain. Okay, so train puzzle incoming at one point.
best kind of puzzle.
Yes, you loved the train puzzle in 11th Hour.
Oh no, not that one.
You must pay attention to our children sometimes. They have key things to be said in very unusual ways.
Okay, so presumably a children's toy train.
R and the typewriter, so will anything happen if I type in R? Array? Hmm.
Yeah.
Nope. No, doesn't seem like it. But we can definitely use the typewriter. I'm assuming we will at one point, but... have key things to be said in very unusual ways.
We may also need to actually find the blocks and see what letters the real blocks have.
That is true. Let's see. That is just look at. There's nothing more things to look at. I can't get the pen. It really looked like I could get the pen there, but no. Okay. Well, where you wanna go?
At the library?
Okay. Oh, look, a clock. That's missing the minutes hand. That's definitely not something we're gonna have to fix at one point. Oh, the Butcher of Oxford Street. I wonder how many of these are Penny Dreadfuls that I'm actually gonna remember. Nothing happens. It seems it needs some kind of power source. Doesn't appear to be any indication that...
Full on book to open, yeah.
Yeah.
One thing, check the outside of the room. Does it make sense? Is there a room to the right of here? Like, could the bookcase actually go somewhere, or does it just immediately abut a wall?
It looks like a wall. That looks about the right... I mean, it might be slightly, like, slide, and then there would be, like, something on the wall behind it, but definitely not a room. Might be weird.
A room doesn't look like it would fit there.
That door is locked. Also, hello there, Boomer.
Yeah, g'day, Wilma.
Good Sunday. Navigate through the books.
No.
Okay. And I can then...
What does up and down do?
Just changes to this row. So probably take... Can I take them from there and swap there? Yeah, so spell a word. Definitely spell a word at one point. Okay. Just step away from the books. But let's see, that is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letter word.
What about the bottom layer? Can you go down again to the bottom stack of the shelf?
No, only these two. And I cannot turn
Okay.
this one any further, so it's definitely only then a 6-letter word, no repeating letters. Or, you know, a series of letters.
Well, unless we're unlucky enough to have Z, YZ, WX. I can't think of a word that has WX.
Let's see. Any purpose to the second storage besides just making it look nice? Because this is definitely where the photo was taken from. But I don't see anything particular about it. Oh! Oh, I know this painting. I know this painting in that I have seen it before. I don't remember what was first. Oh. Okay, but it's starting with the lance. That has to go through there. Doesn't look like we have the rest of the drummer. That was easy. Well, to get a phonographic cylinder. Rack cylinder used to record and reproduce music. No, we can't Google something that simple, Limblub. Appreciating good art, good literature, and good music will open many doors for you. Everything indicates that there's a door.
Okay, so we've done the art, because that was the painting.
Yeah.
Good literature. And good music. Was there a phonograph in here?
Maybe. I'm just being slightly suspicious by that being the Raven over there. This one doesn't have a title. Just whenever things are open. So is it meant to be a clue, or is it just because they wanted to showcase the Raven?
Is there anything above the door?
Doesn't look like it.
No.
Was there anything in the study that played nice? Could play a tape?
Not that I can think of.
Just because I want to try. No, letter too many, too few. Never mind. That is just me not remembering how many words.
Raven?
Yeah. Well, we have a train key. So I guess we could go and look for a place to use that key. That isn't there, apparently. We haven't gone upstairs at all yet. Something's missing here. Below our engraved in Latin reads, the lineage is eternal. Looks charming. Very friendly fellow, clearly. Coat of arms.
Oh wow, a pipe collection.
With 2 pipes missing. She took a clean dish to get him some tripe, but when she came back he was smoking a pipe. Okay, that one I don't have a reason for why you would, why the dog would be smoking a pipe. The shoes I could explain, pipe not so much. A great exhibition of the science and the arts. Okay. You let me open it, but you don't let me read it. What's inside? That seems strange, but okay.
Considering it has a lock on it, I was surprised it let us open it at all.
Yeah. But we can look at the ink. For whatever good that helps us.
We might need to reprime the typewriter?
Could be, at one point. Oh, well, this one opens. Let's see. Some photos. I might that door closed on its own, but... I don't think the train set is gonna be in here, but you never know. Crown shaped.
Yeah, I can imagine there being a whole nursery room.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, so that was wrong. I'm assuming, is it reset or is it just 3? Huh.
What if you do the same one more than once?
So then we know it's not
Okay.
this one. And I think I tried that one.
Ah.
Well, luck is on my side, if nothing else.
Oh my
No!
word!
No! No! It failed on the last one.
That was amazingly good luck.
It was, but, no. That was still when I tried the last time as well, wasn't it? Okay. So I've tried that one. Nope. Oh, no. That... You first.
Not the same one.
There we go. That guess it was a gas lighter. Fine metal gas lighter with a beautiful relief and jade incrustation. Huh. Okay. We can now torch the place.
Well, when we find a pipe, we're ready to use it.
Mm-hmm. To my Valentine. Just a card though, no inscription on it. Seems a bit weird. Bear is just having tea. Alice Beyond Wonderland. Really? I don't get to take the candles? Oh yeah, that was locked.
Okay, so the heads are wrong.
Yeah. Could I get to... No, really? There we go, that's better. That's slightly better. As far as, can't say I'm quite sure which head is supposed to be right here though, but... What's the options? So would you say the one with the hat goes with the green or with the blue?
I like the green more.
Let's see. So you get a hat. I have no idea what face you get, but... Nothing is happening with that. Is the pants wrong?
Yeah, so the difference is the boots, not so much the pants.
Uh-huh. Okay. Still don't want to do anything with those. Oh wait! Is that
The safari kind of feels like it should have the long boots.
He is currently wearing long boots, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are just pants with... But surely there can't be that many different solutions to this. Surely this should be able to just be...
4x4.
Yeah. Huh. Unless this is just... Nothing comes out of this. We just spend the next X amount of minutes trying to make something of a piece of decor. I feel like we have tried all the different the different things, though.
When you're on the end pieces, does it like let you interact with the end pieces in any way?
Only rotate. I'm only allowed to rotate them.
As in looking not at the cylinder, but the top and bottom.
No.
Okay.
It's just you get that when you highlight the bottom one, or the top one. They don't change. You're just there. Because based on that, you'd think that the blue one would have the hat. And boots. And a mustache. That's the closest to that, isn't it? No, not the long boots. Those boots. That's the closest I can get him to look to the character. I think. "81 different combinations available if you brute force it."
Aren't there 4x4x4? Miriact? Because the top piece, for all that it rotates, like, it just sets...
I mean, there's
It
just
just
3
sets
people.
0. Oh, there are only 3?
Yeah.
Red, green...
And blue.
Red, blue... Okay. It's only 3x3x3. Yeah, but the other setting Miract doesn't do anything, right? Like, the hat... You can adjust all 4 to the right one and it doesn't change the net setting.
Do you want to keep trying this, or do you want to move?
So you can either fix the top or the bottom in place and move all the others. Unless it does care about how they are in relation to the end, the top and the end of the cylinder, but we have no hint of that. And actually, now that we see it, it rotates the top of the thing as well. Does it do it for the bottom? If you look at the bottom whilst you rotate the feet, does it rotate the...
Oh, whoops, wrong one. Oh, go. No, now it's just going all over the place. Oh!
Whoa!
Okay, well, trying to do that, figure out how to do that, we got a chemical battery.
Maybe you actually had to hold it upside down or something, like, maybe how you held it mattered.
Apparently, because it broke. So, yeah. Huh. You call foul? Just because...
We're having a lot of luck, yes.
Well, this is definitely the train room. So...
Oh my god, I wish I had a room just for trains.
Then you would definitely be suspected for murder, though. Only train lovers commit murders.
Oh, it's not actually the train room, it's the boys' room. Okay.
Well, there are blocks.
G'day, kitty.
Good morning, Commissar Kitty.
Eureka?
Yeah. Not as they said in that place.
I don't know, but it makes it fit.
Let's see.
Oh, also because of the color hinting. Yeah, I hadn't noticed.
No. The colors were the thing that I put in first, and then you're left with 3. I don't like this work. Every time my father
I didn't notice the colors at all. I was like...
How did you not notice the color hints? I was like, okay, fine, I put the green there and the purple
I was just combinatorixing in my head the letters.
Okay. Oh, start with the ones that the game tells you and then do that. It makes us take more medicine.
Old man is blind.
Take us more medicine with a strange hate that make me feel weird, especially the most recent red one. I never want to take it again. Oh, no. No. Poor kid. Poor kid. Tom and the Nutty Pig. Yeah, I'm not reading the entire book.
Once upon a time... Aww.
Fine.
Once upon a time, after a long winter, as was cold, summer finally arrived, making quite happy little Tom. This feels like it's weirdly translated, but early in the morning, little Tom woke up to be carefully dressed by his loving mum. Be careful while playing, the mother warned her son. Don't get dirty out there. 'Cause you surely know your mother has, so please play slow. Take this red shiny apple, the mother told Tom. While she fixing was the crimson red bow tie of the handsome little boy. But Tom didn't notice what was hidden nearby, because he was absorbed looking at his nice tie. Back from the bushes, Pig jumps off, stealing as fast as he could the delicious red apple, as the boy field scoff. And it looks like there are things that you can pull to animate. No, go back. It looks like there's things you can animate the book. It's a pop-up book.
There goes the pig.
Aha!
The pig is a thief.
Tom ran very angry after the nutty pig. Though the still wet streets of filthy puddles full. Not a minute had passed since the struggle started on, both of them fighting hard over the shiny red fruit. After a long, equal fight, it was finally won, and by one of the two who was clearly more strong. Tom had to be bathed sooner than he thought, while the mean nutty pig was happier far, enjoying the apple down its own throat. The things a mother deal while raising his son? But I cannot be mad because I love him a lot.
But Pig is happy. Pig won. That is just a very gloating pig. don't think there's anything I can do with the letter worlds, though. I was wondering if that maybe, you know, eventually you'd be able to do something with the words that didn't make sense. Can I close the... Let me close the drawer. There we go. Let's see. Ghost Town.
Morning, kitchen.
Good morning, kitchen. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Okay, so going on the train, very happy kid. And then...
At home with his parents, not quite so much.
No. Just wanted to be on the train.
I sympathize.
Uh-huh.
Ah, there is the train.
A lullaby by Brahms. Oh,
Time to add the
don't.
musical notes again.
No, no. Thank goodness there's no playing the piano. No musical notes. And these blocks are no-go, as is the ring toss.
What are the letters, though? G, L?
G and U.
Oh, and a U, sorry.
But it could also just be Eureka. That we're supposed to type on the typewriter.
It's more, does U and G combine with the EAR that was in the picture
Yeah.
that I was thinking? But yeah, that's another line of thought. Are they just more of the blocks on the wall?
Uh-huh.
And yes, Kitty, I can, but only very slowly. If you put a piece in front of me, I would not be able to sight read and play.
You would still have a better shot at it than I would, so... Any music note reading puzzles, they're coming your way. No.
And not drums, because they use their own weird symbols that I don't understand.
Well, doesn't seem like there's anything in the bathroom. Huh. I feel besides doing the Eureka thing, then there's not much in here as far as going somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the train didn't have a place to use the train key.
What train? Oh, that tiny train. The tiny
Yeah.
toy trains. Can't even interact with that. Only the rocking horse. Okay, but we have Eureka. We have a U and a G. I mean, we have other letters here as well, with an E and an L. And an R. And a K. But those are very dark, so I don't think the game would expect us to see those.
I really only see the U and the G.
Yeah, they're really hard to see. We have a bar.
That was what? U-G-R-A-E.
There, Miss Thomas. Congratulations on your new position as the manor's housekeeper. I understand that making your way through the old mansion can be overwhelming at first, so I have put together this letter to help you get oriented. This is the ballroom hallway key. This is the manor's west wing key, music, dancing, and guest room area. Finally, this is the service key. Use it to access the servants area, brown wallpaper, and the dining room. Well, we have none of those keys.
But we know how to recognize them if we find them.
I'm not going to be able to recognize that in like 5 minutes even, but I know where to go to find it.
I have the power of print screen, so...
Ah, okay. Fair enough. Rejection letter. Dear Miss Katerina, at the Royal Academy of Arts, we are very grateful to the interest of our aspiring students to enter this institution. Unfortunately, on this occasion, we must inform you that you do not meet the expectations or artistic requirements that are
required. Poor person, they're being told they're not good enough.
Yeah. Requirements that are required to enter in our prestigious academy. Art is silent poetry. Didn't get into school. Katharina Strange, 1865. Wait, anything else there? Paintbrushes? No.
You must be really old, because it was what, 92 or something? 92 in the newspaper on the entrance?
I think so. This one is from 1887. The mystery continues. With more than 3 years of investigation, the case of the missing persons have not yet been resolved. Oh, okay, I could do that. Well, that's me not reading that there's an examine button. Victorian Post, Daily Edition. Hadley Strange, founding owner of the nearby railway company, regrets the events and expresses his concern. So he was responsible for an accident? Or a missing person case?
Well, I think maybe he's been stealing the people.
Could well be. I used to have one of these when I was a kid. I seem to remember not being good at them. Oh, come on. Turn. Turn.
There we go. Yes.
And then... zip. Can I just...
Yep. That's all.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to check if I can let go and get a better grip on it, because moving the mouse ended up being in a bit of a wrong position for this, but we'll see. Okay, and then I want to go forward, but not too far forward. A little tip. A little bit more.
Very well done.
There we go. We have a key. The ballroom key.
Yes, you've remembered. Well done. I was consulting my friends. Oh, it tells you.
Yeah. It's the magic of letters.
Again, I'm not looking at the obvious thing.
I mean, you also do suffer with a slight delay, so you can blame that. And yes, Neemblub, the mouse were relevant on the Sunday after all. Even if it's no longer the theme of the month. More music. The Wedding March. Looks at the piano. Is written down in the... What?
G G G G G G G.
That made no sense to me, but okay. Painted in blood.
Ooh.
Okay, so it is just so that you can highlight the writing a bit. Alright, then it seems to only be this thing left. Strong smell of paint emanates from this painting. Apparently it was recently finished. Yeah, that kid definitely looks like he'd rather be riding a train.
And the lady certainly doesn't look 60.
No. Where did we come from? We came from that direction, I think. That door is locked.
The velvet curtains? Oh, no, they're nothing.
I think that's just a window. I think they got tired of generating outside views.
Hmm.
I have completely lost track of where we came from at this point. Oh yeah, we came from here. Never mind. Point of reference found. Which means we have not been here with the picture of the girl with the dogs. But that is also locked. Now, since you printed the screen, did you notice where the ballroom is? Since we now have a key.
It doesn't say. It just says, like, the key that's shaped like this is the ballroom key.
Okay.
Ballroom hallway.
Well, I would assume it's downstairs. Somewhere. And that was the west wing. Oh, what's this? Wooden box with a very peculiar design. Okay, so if we find that thing, that might become a puzzle. It's missing one corner.
Tower with a fan in it.
No, it doesn't change.
Yeah, the same tone.
Oh yeah, already checked that. Already checked that bit. What was over here again? That was the lion. Lion head. Could the ballroom be any of these stores, I wonder? That was a study. Where we could always try unlock with the typewriter. Because these other doors are locked still. Let me double check that note. I have things to be said in very unusual ways.
R-A-E, and the other two... the two in the boys' room were G and U.
Yeah.
I don't see a word out of that, but...
No, and I just tried Eureka, which seems to have worked.
Ah.
So it was the thing. That's why we had to spell it to find it out, so okay. Good morning, Wick, but not John.
Yes, good day, Wick. 7:45.
Interact. Oh no,
So
that's
we've had two clocks so far. The one that's got the grandfather clock and the one in the library.
Uh-huh. Okay, look for clues that can illuminate your mind to find the key to the safe.
We have a lighter? Can you use lighter on safe? It makes light.
Nope.
No.
Doesn't fit the lock. Nor can we torch
Fair
this
enough.
thing to maybe reveal more.
I wouldn't want to use a lighter on my mind, to be fair, but...
The game is not actual co-op, we're just playing it cooperatively. So, it would be nice if we could have found a way to share control, but the game does not allow it. But no ballroom though.
Use yield, follow the right wall infinitely until we're sure we've explored the whole space.
Just making sure that there's not a door hidden in these dark corners. Drawing film clippings that litter about murders and serial killers. And that's on par. Or with what I would expect to find in this house at this point. Papers. And we haven't found, Can I pick up the pipe and add it to the pipe collection? No.
A gramophone.
I have not found a gramophone, but I do see floor plans now that I stand here. Well, that's that definitely helps.
Oh god, yes, print screen.
Okay.
Okay. So if we wanted the dining room, not the dining, it was the dancing room, the room. Okay, so it's next to the library, which was the locked door.
Yeah.
And we have the key for that. Okay.
So maybe it was just me not using the key that was the problem. Oh, I thought it had it equipped. They place a map right at the entrance and we just walk past it.
Yeah, we missed it. We're blind.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I thought I had it equipped, but guess not. And I guess we also could keep an eye out for the rest of the clock, the one that was missing something.
Minute's hand, yes. Horse, dragon, knight, barrier, blacksmith, and castle.
I have no recollection of what this could be referencing.
Oh no, I'm just like, what are the symbols?
Yeah. I'm just trying to think if I have seen anything that this would make sense to, and I can't think of anything.
Me neither. I think we need a hint for that at the moment.
Yeah, I need something more. Bunch of bottles. Notepads. That's macabre. If I don't get an achievement for finding all of these penny dreadfuls.
Arcades.
Oh. Let's see. This monocle will help you see things as I saw them. With it you will understand my way of seeing the world. My personal stamp will help you find my hidden messages. Thank you for translating that for me, game. It's, well, the monocle is there, but not much else. But there is a gramophone.
Oh yes. So now do we need to find music for it, or?
We have. We already found the thing to put in there.
Ah, but it wants 3.
Oh, that's another issue entirely. So interact with that one. So 1 out of 3, I guess.
Does it let you take it back, or is it like, you
No.
don't need this now?
No, you don't need it. This is stuck
Okay.
now. It's a shelf to place cylinders. You have found where these go. Oh no!
Dare I suggest we maybe should use the monocle straight away? Like, if they're gonna teach you about how the monocle works, it's probably in the room where you get it.
Yes, but where is it?
Oh!
We have a note saying here it is. We don't have it. I would love to. Can all of these be moved? Yes. Not all. Most. Oh, all of them.
Oh, good lord. That's too many options.
That is way too many options. What was this other thing? A nut that grows into a plant that grows to a tree that dies.
So, young, medium, adult, dead.
Yes. Are there any... I mean, pregnant woman could be. Young child is there.
Seed, yes. Potentially.
Very many dead people there, it seems, but... Huh. I see too many here that could be death. And frankly, too many of them that could just be ordinary... top... peak life.
Yeah, there are too many adults.
There are
far too many adults.
Way too many adults. Even if you go by the thing that since the only child picture is a girl, you can rule out the men. That would leave at least 2. I think. Maybe more? But that is even
Like
ruling out
one.
that, which we
Yeah.
can't know, so... Can we leave? No. This is it.
The lock resembles a harp.
We have our chemical battery. That was the thing we needed for the library, wasn't it?
Potentially, yeah, that switch that wanted power.
Yeah. We have that and a lighter. I'm just thinking
So the library is right next to here. It's not a far trip.
it seems better than trying to brute force that painting.
Yeah.
I feel like we're gonna run out of that luck stat fairly quickly. I've already been having a bit much
What
of
would
it.
this even power, though?
Equip. And then use. Well, there's your answer.
Ooh!
These symbols are somewhat familiar to me, but it's something about them does not fit.
So these are the same as was on that combination lock.
Yeah.
Print screen. The power of print screen will save us again.
Mm-hmm. Just want to check. Can I open... No, I cannot open the other clock. Well, to the study. Okay.
Okay, so from the bottom up, we have the one that's a vertical line and then 2 dashes in it, horizontally.
That one?
That's Earth. No, try again.
Okay. What did you say? It was one line and then...
1 vertical line and then 2 horizontals in it. So there's that one. There's like a chicken foot. We'll call that chicken foot. And then...
Okay,
it's
chicken foot, fine. That's just a reverted 5, so that's...
That's...
Hmm?
Yeah, that's backwards 5. I can agree to backwards 5. That's easy.
Mm-hmm.
Next. Like claw marks.
Either that or a signpost.
Yeah, signpost. I can do signpost.
Mm-hmm.
Next. No. No, that's not any of the starting characters of any of these.
But that's all we have.
No, and that's all we have. So where was the... Not that one again, sorry.
It's fine.
Probably signpost is the closest. Signpost might be the top left of the ones that we had. Okay, signpost, and then it was the one that's got like boxed at the tops and bottom.
And bottom?
Yeah.
That one?
Okay, just top. Yeah, just top. That's the closest, and then probably... No, I don't think we have enough symbols to match what's on there on the walls.
Huh.
Every single... Maybe it's a vertical line, not horizontal, but the vertical only has 4 entries. And the horizontal has 5, which matches, but every horizontal has like an extra symbol that we haven't got access to here.
Back we go.
So like if we go look at the purple symbols,
Oh,
the
yeah.
bottom row has a bow on it. The second bottom right, that's I'm gonna call that like a bow shape.
But we have the top row, though.
Not the second symbol.
The one with the top
Unless
there, we
it-
do. It's just, I think it's mirrored there, so I think it will just give you... Because if you look at the reverted 5, that kind of goes into another 5 from the other side. So maybe if we go...
Okay, so
if we go
you
and
think
look at it
it's...
from the angle, from the photo, perhaps.
Oh!
There.
Yeah, there's even footprints.
There they line up.
And now it looks like proper symbols. Okay.
Now we can do it.
Print screen. Go. Saved. So we have claw marks.
Whoop.
Then thing with a box on the top. Other thing 5.
Okay, so first one was
Earth
correct.
symbol. Claw marks.
Mm-hmm.
Then thing with a box on the top.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Then not signpost, but the other one that's like signpost. So one with multiple. Not chicken scratch. Not that one. Not that one goes last. That symbol is the last one. Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Oh. So the one on the very right is just a cross in the ground.
A cross in the ground. Isn't that one you call chicken feet? Oh no,
No.
the cross in the ground. Oh yeah, okay. Never mind.
And then left one is 5. Yep, backwards 5. And then it's the middle one is the only one we need to do. So just keep going through them, and it will eventually, presumably, give you the right one, because it's the only one we haven't done.
True. There we have it. Press F to equip. Remove the monocular. Try it now. Oh. Well, that changes things. Monocular reveals the route of an expedition that began on Solomon Island, continued to Cuba, returned to Great Britain, and ended in Madagascar.
Wait, sorry.
So start at Solomon
Okay,
Island.
started in Solomon, okay.
Yeah. Then we go to Cuba, then Great Britain, and then we end up in Madagascar.
Okay. So presumably to the rotating thing? The rotating globe?
We can try.
And we start on the Solomon Islands, so just above Australia. Well, up and to the right. Up and right a little, yep.
Where?
Left a bit. Down and... left a bit. Yeah, like that island just to the left, yep.
Seems to be some trigger
Up.
mechanism.
Oh, did you hear it? Yeah, I can't...
No, it came up as
there we go.
a writing thing.
Now go downwards a little.
Uh-huh.
Because else we're going to hit Madagascar, and that would be awkward. Yeah, and now go all the way until we hit the bottom of, like, Brazil.
And then we go up.
That's Africa. Yep, and now up and left until we hit Cuba.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then over.
Okay, now up and right to GB.
Come on. Uh-huh.
Oh yes, my years of EU4 are coming to play, and then down and right till we hit Madagascar.
There we go. Okay, and that got us a key. Well, no, I don't want to do the puzzle. I just want to approach the... There we go. The West Wing key.
Okay.
And
I think
another
I
pocket
need-
watch. Which we can interact with.
Can you steal the no, the clock size wouldn't be the right size, would it? I was going to say, can you steal the minute hand?
Nope, but I can set it.
But he did want us to set to 7:45 on the safe.
5 was fine.
Aha!
Oh, can I... Where's the thing? Put this thing away, because that was really messing up the screen there. Okay, so... Oh, this looks familiar. This looks...
Oh, you've got to make a clear path to be able to withdraw the thing?
I would assume as much.
No, that one's good, and then the second to outside.
No! Stupid game. There we go. Twist you. And that.
Lovely. Oh,
No.
but it matters which side is the big hole. Yep. No, other way for the outside one. Isn't it? Because you need the big hole to match with the...
But not...
Oh, but
no,
you've
not
actually got to make
match.
the...
Unless it's complete opposite. Hold
Yeah,
on
that's
one-
what I thought, because you need the
Okay.
big hole to match the bottom end of the key, like the big end of the key.
Okay, so... Complete opposite. There we go. Now you can get the key. Strongbox key. Well, let's equip that.
Wrong box. Bong soon. Okay.
Bronze medallion. Heavy salt bronze medallion with an embossed gear. Okay. And I'm assuming the will? No. Investigate if it is possible to access the art room through the adjacent halls. In the manor's art room, guarded by cold, timeless heroes, lies my life's work, a priceless legacy, destined to change the way we understand the world and the future of humanity itself. This is my true legacy, and it will await eternally for the one who demonstrates the 4 unshakable virtues under which I directed my own life.
Courage, cogs, patience, and castle?
Well, some of these match the books, but not all of them. Only the lion and the tower, I guess.
The castle, yeah. A dragon isn't patient, a dragon isn't cogs. A blacksmith is maybe cogs?
Maybe.
A dragon is timeless? Maybe it's timeless? Or like eternal? Rather than patience?
We could try. Well, before I go though, let me just check that there's nothing else in this room. That
In
glows.
monocle mode? Yeah.
Okay, no, everything seems fine, and monocle mode does nothing to that, so that's fine. Okay.
Whilst we're near, can we do the ballroom with monocle? Because
Yeah.
it is what told us about the monocle, and I kind of... I'd be disappointed if it didn't have anything with the monocle in it.
Oh, very much so. Very much so. Come on, open the door. There we go. Okay, let's stand back and see. Yeah, we were on the right track, but it's within each photo. So
So this narrows down the field a lot.
a lot. So this is the seed, which I'm assuming is pregnant woman.
Yeah, pregnant woman makes a lot of sense, I agree.
And then child. There's only one child.
Yep. Adult.
Yeah. Just monocle mode isn't helping anymore. Blurring the pictures. I mean, that man
would
is...
say No, that's a baby. That one or top left. I think if we're meant to do women all the way
Yeah.
along, that's the adult woman.
Okay. Let's try that. I mean, she's not dead, she's old.
And then dead. She's
just
dead inside.
If we're doing just the women, this is the only woman there.
Yeah, I think try it. It doesn't take long to go try the skeleton one instead if we fail this time.
Another cylinder.
Ah, so 2/3 of the way done?
Mm-hmm. Blubber on old people, they're just dead inside. Harsh.
I mean, it worked, Nemablob, so you know.
If it works, it's fine. Let's see.
We are the senior detectives, Orthopox. We're not the young detectives.
Let's see. Then we have the West Wing, which we can explore. Or we could go with the Bronze Medallion.
I don't know what the medallion's meant to do. We haven't encountered anything that needed cogs.
Not that I can remember.
If it's stupid and works, it's not stupid. I agree, Nemi. I want to feel smart, so I'm going to agree at the moment.
Oh. These doors close a lot faster than I expect them to. Oh yeah. Okay, that is annoying. Because
That you specifically have to equip it. I agree. Keys should be context understanding.
It's just when you go into the menu and it already has like the equip thing, I keep thinking I have equipped it and I don't click it once more to actually equip it. I only clicked that door once. I made sure of it. Okay, let's see.
Oh, we can see the outside world.
There is an outside world. But we've already been here. This is must be the other side of this. Because we definitely found a room with a harp before. We've seen... Did we?
We were told that the lock resembles a harp on the other side of the ballroom, weren't we?
Yeah, so that is the other side then.
I don't think the ballroom has any other entrances from looking at the map.
It did.
So there's maybe...
Remember yeah, there was the other door on the other end of the ballroom. We entered to
Oh,
one
it doesn't
side.
indicate doors. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's my bad. I'm used to looking at, like, modern-day floor plans where it has the little arcs that indicate where doors are, but...
Very handy, not so normal in those days. And we cannot interact with that thing at all, so why does this room even exist?
What does our objectives ask us to do at the moment, if I might?
Objective is... which one was
Oh.
objective? Oh. Investigate with possible access the art room from the adjacent halls.
Okay, art room is next to the games room and the drawing room.
I think we're in an arts room, but I'm not sure. Is it? It could be the dining room, but it doesn't look like a dining room. There's a chess puzzle somewhere.
Ooh, ooh, chess.
This was the art room. Find a way to enter the guest room and learn more about the secret legacy. A polite guest should learn how to play his host's favorite game. Since the nature of my legacy will only be revealed to whom demonstrate to be a trustworthy resident of the house. Lesson 3.2, The Fool's Mate. Also
Okay,
known
Fool's
as...
mate, yep.
Checkmate delivered at the fewest possible positions, yeah. Only achieved by black, giving checkmate on the second move with the queen.
So we might encounter a chess set where we have to set them up that way.
Probably. Expedition log, day 3. Well, we missed day 2. Somewhere. Because we had expedition log day 1. The bioactive enzyme. I have made a surprising discovery after analyzing the water samples collected on the island. I've been able to determine that in its chemical composition, it has component that delays cell deterioration. In the sediments of the water, I have managed to identify an enzyme on gene? Or gene, so of course, not an from rare specimens of amphibians and reptiles native to these islands. These animals have an extraordinary longevity since their cellular aging is much slower than that of other species. Some of these animals, they even live hundreds of years. It is perhaps possible that the natives of the island who consume these waters have been able to assimilate this gene.
So the axolotls of the island are what's giving the natives their fountain of youth.
Yeah. In a fair battle, all the opponents must be equal.
Okay.
Another telegram. December 10th, 1892, so it's not that old compared to where we started. You were right, the genetic transliteration process that seemed theoretically impossible has been validated by your procedure using the bioactive inverteculture technique on a canine specimen. Can't wait any longer to receive the new result obtained by a new set of test subjects.
Which furthers our maybe he's stealing people from the train station concept.
I mean, it's experimented on dogs already, so... The Marauder of Thames Express. The Marauder.
Creature from the Black Lagoon, except it's from the Thames.
Seems as though the rest are missing in this curious mechanism. Okay, so we need to find more statues. So that they can battle equally.
Or do they move to the opposite side of the board?
I mean, it says that we
Like,
need more.
Oh, it says you need more? Okay.
Yeah. It seems that some statues are missing in this curious mechanism.
Okay.
We can open the China doors, but we cannot access them. A loyal butler. Jerome... something.
A loyal butler. Groves? I think Groves, but whatever.
Let's see, can I... No. It's still locked on this side. More music notes. Oh.
Is there a examine extra note? Like there was on the other one how it says they look down at the piano?
He looks at Brahms. It's written down in the... Okay, so he looks at Brahms.
He looks at Brahms, he looks... Okay, I forget, the other one was like he looks at the piano.
Yeah. And there's one more, because we found 3 and we didn't look at one of them.
We didn't know about the examine thing. I think the other one was in the boys' room?
Yeah, I think so. There was a lullaby. Maybe we can get there... No, that was the second floor. Where does this one go? The guest room.
If you hit M now, do you actually get the map, out of interest?
Yeah, and I get to see where I am.
Okay, cool. Oh, and you get it. Oh, that's so good.
I really enjoy when they say where you are, so you don't actually have to guess. Do you want to make a telephone call? A good old-fashioned telephone.
A lovely rotary phone, though, yes.
Oh, I used to play with these sort of phones for ages when I was a kid. You didn't even dial anywhere, you just found it fun to just twist
Click,
it.
click, 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 click.
Yeah. So I can just... Okay, so it's just if I don't want to use the mouse to do it, I can just use the keys. That's all it means. Well, as far as I know, we don't have anyone that we need to call.
Yeah, we haven't been given a phone number.
Or a number at all, really. What was the objective now?
7:45. But no, I
True.
don't think that's meant for the phone.
I know, Steve Jobs had to go and mess it up. Ended the return phone. Find a way to enter the guest room and learn more about the secret legacy. Okay, so guest bedroom was the place we needed to get to. We do not have a key for that, and it is locked. No, we went straight from rotary phones to Steve Jobs.
Touchpads, yeah.
Yeah, there was no in between. Where could we find...
So it was hinted at that something would be in the kitchen that we need.
Was it? Did I miss that? Oh.
I think so.
Well, isn't this nice? The journal apparently writes things down for us as well.
Oh. That is some lovely quality of life.
That is great. I really like the fact that, okay, you found the thing, we're not gonna make you
Remember where it is, and then when you want
Yeah.
it, go back and find the room it was in.
No, Blobber is still relevant. Blobber's still relevant, even if the journal helps
Yeah,
with the
I
print
solved
screen.
the Eureka puzzle the harder way instead of noticing the colors because I'm an idiot.
Yeah, precisely. He can read music, so, you know, vital. Also, good morning, Lizard. Hope you're having a good Sunday.
Morning, Lizard.
Okay, let's see. We still haven't found this thing. Nor have we found a bunch of missing statues.
Yeah, we need the statues for the knights thing.
We need the statues for the night thing. We think we need the corner there for that box, and we need the other half of the clock. The minute timer for the clock.
Can we get towards the games room? So the right hallway
see.
out of this, or the left hallway out of this area.
Music room, game room. No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Like, it looks like if you went down from the games room and down, or is it...
No, because we tried the other door at the art room and that was locked. So you need to go through the art room, it seems, to get to the game room. Or through the ballroom, and we have not been able to do either. We did, however...
I was expecting...
We did, however, completely...
Like, I was expecting a connection between sort of the study and the games room. Because otherwise that hallway doesn't do much.
It leads to the other hallway. I think it's just the hallway leads to the other hallway. But we forgot to look at the art room through the monocle. We really haven't even used the monocle here in this room either. Been given a new mechanic and then completely forgets about it. That tracks. Does that mean that the useless room also stopped being useless? No, still useless. Still nothing there.
I'm going to step away for just 1 minute. The neighbors... It is Neighbors Make Blobber Homemade Pizza Night, and I'm going to go grab my slices. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're not gonna be running out of puzzles anytime soon. Not
Alright.
puzzles.
Oh yeah, they are fantastic neighbors. Best neighbors. Best pizza. Nacho pizza.
Very fancy. Meanwhile, over here, it's like how to avoid talking to your neighbor and the uncomfortableness when you must because it can't be avoided anymore. If you live the place for about 10 years and you haven't spoken to your neighbor yet, you're doing good. That is very Scandinavian, yes. It goes through with all the Nordic countries, really. I mean, I know people who have been living in like apartment blocks, and they use the peek hole to make sure that there's no one else in the hallways while they leave, so they don't accidentally walk into their neighbor. But it doesn't seem like the monocle does anything here. Except add a bit of shine to some of the frames.
Yeah, everything's a bit green.
Yeah. Well then, I'm kinda stumped at where we go next. I don't think we have any...
Boys' room for that other hint
Oh,
on
yeah,
the music.
True, we can do that. Can do that. We don't know what we're gonna do with the music, but... might as well do it now.
Yeah, especially because, like, we can look at a piano. Sure, there's lots of pianos, but how the hell do we look at Bach?
Painting? Find a painting of Bach somewhere? Since I'm here, I'm walking past this room. Nope, nothing.
The children haven't put their grubby little fingerprints over everything.
No. Let's see, where was the kids' room? It's over here. There it is. Nicholas' room. One day one of these bathrooms will actually hold something. And I'll miss it because I've gotten so accustomed to that the bathrooms have absolutely nothing of interest. Let's see. There it was. He looks at the muse.
Muse. Yeah, no idea, sorry. Unless there's a famous painting of the Muse that I'm supposed to know because I'm an uncultured swine. That I'm seeing. Quick Google.
I mean, there are famous muses, but
No.
That is still locked. Oh yeah, self-checkouts. very divisive of people who like them and don't like them. There's the people who wanna chat to the people who are scanning their groceries, and then there are the people who really don't. Most of the time, I'm fine with either. Either works well. But I've heard stories from my coworkers about one particular grocery store in the city center that everyone is very excited about getting a self-checkout, because the guy who works there has this thing where he will... I mean, I'm assuming it is because his workday is a bit, you know, monotone, sitting at the register. So he will make up prices for all of your groceries. So he will go, 1 can of corn for $9.99. And he will think it's funny. And that's how he gets through his day. Which, if that's your regular shop and you have to do that every time you buy something, and you might buy a lot of stuff, I can understand why that would be a bit tedious in length. You just want to grab something quick and just go. I don't want chit-chat. Wasn't one of the names he looks at Brahms and the lullaby was of Brahms? Was it? Was the lullaby from Brahms? Did we lose Blobber?
No, I'm here. I'm just thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, Lullaby is Brahms.
Who was it who wrote this thing then? Bach.
But then how do we look at Bach?
This is Bach. This one is.
So you think we inspect the note? Like, the way I was expecting this to work is it gives us 3 clues, and in some room there's like a bust of Bach and a piano and a bust of Brahms, and we like interact with all 3 of them in some way.
Oh no, you don't change the prices willy-nilly for the CMAC. I should have specified. He just says
He just
it.
says number.
Yeah.
He doesn't actually change the numbers. He just...
So it still costs whatever it should be cost. It's just he makes up numbers to increase the prices of things. But it scans correctly. Like, everything scans correctly. So you don't pay anything more. It's just making the time go. If I were a miniature statue, where would I hide? And we need 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. We need 4 of them. Used to work at the gym while at university, had to make up shit to make time go by too. I mean, yeah. I can understand that. I think the only job that I've had that's been that to me was very short, because it was when I was still a kid, so it was just part-time, a couple of hours. It's definitely the job that I've had in my life that I was the least qualified for at all. It was at a gym, but they have this area where parents just push in their kids and they just leave them there so they can go and get their exercise done. And you're basically a kid watching other kids. I'm not sure if they have them anymore because I think there was some problem with that these people aren't really qualified to watch these children. So I think they stopped doing that. But it's basically, here is our kids. We're gonna be gone for the next 2 hours working out and having our child break. Good luck. The fact that I managed to survive that job is oof. But I am completely stumped as to where to go next. I keep trying to figure out if we need this bronze medallion for anything, but I can't remember seeing anything.
I can't think of anything that we need the medallion for either. Have we looked at, in the upstairs area with the monocle at all?
Only in the boys' room and the kids' room, but I think that's the only where we can. We haven't looked here. There was a noise. There was a little noise, but I'm not sure if that was just for putting on the monocle. Look like it.
No, it doesn't look like there's anything in this central area.
No. Let's see, that was the kids' room. We already checked that. And I seem to remember that this door was locked. No, this door wasn't locked. This was to go through. And there's the...
This had the toy soldier thing, yeah.
Yeah. And then there's this room in here that we haven't found a way to access. That's behind here. That's the crown shape. So we need a key with a crown. And then there's this, but that doesn't seem to have anything with the monocle either. And that was just Wagner who had the last one.
Is there a letter on that side table?
Where?
To the left of that chaise lounge. Like, standing in the doorway to enter this room on the left. Oh no, it's a little cigar box sort of thing.
Yeah. That's just the puzzle that we did. Doesn't look to be anything on the painting, no. Which would have made sense considering it was freshly painted. I mean, never say never. Nope. Oh, but this thing? We haven't seen this thing. A thing that requires mechanical things.
Cogs! We have cogs.
We have cogs, we don't... Oh, come on! Don't do that to me. It
doesn't work. What about the other one? Does it work in the smaller one?
No. Doesn't work here. Boo.
Yeah, boo.
I mean, it has gears, come on. Crank wheel is missing. That's the loft ladder. Well, we need cogs if we want to go to the loft.
I didn't even know there was a third level.
The attic. And then you have where we are now. And then you have the basement.
Oh, okay.
So down in the wine cellar, the root cellar, and the boiler room. And the luggage room. Right now we're in the family room. An object is still find a way to enter the guest
Have we
room.
been to the sewing room? Or is that hallway door locked?
Let's see. Because that would be... This is the kids' room. No, this is the sewing room.
So left, and then right.
This is the locked. Yeah. That's locked.
Okay. So you have to get in here from downstairs. What's the equivalent downstairs?
Kitchen.
Okay, is there a way... We haven't been to the kitchen yet, I don't think.
No, I don't think we have found a way to the kitchen yet. But I thought the West Wing was the service quarters, and we have the West Wing key.
We have the key to that now, yeah.
But...
So maybe it's an equip key issue.
It could be an equip key. No, we don't have it anymore. We've used it.
We used it. Maybe all the locks unlock when you unlock one of them.
Maybe.
That would be a bit cruel if you need to find multiple copies of the same key.
Yeah. On the other side here, did we ever get through... Which one was this? Oh, this was a crest. Do we need to click it? I remember it when I see it. That was the crest key. Because this was the West Wing. And I thought it said in the like little note to the housekeeper that that would take you to the guest bedrooms and the servants' quarter. Wasn't that it?
In the very first thing, yeah, I think so. And it mentions the brown wallpaper side.
Brown wallpaper side, so... But no. Just locked from the other side.
Well, we can try 0745 on the telephone. It is a thing that we've had, and it's a number code we've had and a number we haven't tried on the telephone. It doesn't take too long. I don't think it will work, but...
Let's see. Oh, now it's all messed up. Okay, well, 1, 2, 3... There is the 0. There was a 0. 0... What did you say it was?
0745.
7... That's an 8. I really wish this would reset. Because the way it's looking now, it looks very wrong. Can you please reset somehow? Do these do anything? Apparently clicking these top buttons do something. Either that or I'm clicking the same thing over here and it doesn't register that I moved it. That could also be it. Okay, well, 0... 7... And I've already forgotten.
45.
4... And 5. Unless I need to do one of the little symbols.
No, we didn't think so. We didn't think so. This has a crank, though. Can we yoink the crank? Oh, we have to solve this to yoink the crank.
Cannot yoink the crank now, at least. Ah.
Monocle? Yeah, monocle the telephone. I don't think it's going to be anything, but...
We're there, might as well try. Might as well try.
Like there's a blood telephone number on the wall.
Nothing on the telephone itself, and... Well, that looks weird, but I think that's more a game fault than it's actually being a secret room. But it looks like there's a secret panel in the wallpaper there.
It does, yeah.
But, that's there regardless, so... That's just a game issue. I feel like we're missing a bit, but I don't know what. I don't know what we could be missing.
Hiccup. Sorry, I had a hiccup.
Oh, okay. Didn't even hear. All this alludes to the chess game. There's nothing else in here. This is like the last room we've unlocked before we went sent to the guest bedroom. Or guest room. There's nothing... We don't pick anything up from here unless we find the statues, it would seem. Gabriel Knight would probably swap over and go to a museum tour for the next 5 hours. If this was a Gabriel Knight game, that's what we'll do. Listen to interesting facts about every painting inside this household. That is just the chest notes. None of these books. None of the paintings.
Can you check our notes? If there's anything new in that?
Let's see. Journal. No.
So we solved that. We've got to find the chest, and then there's nothing else. Sad.
Yeah. Only chest stuff. Only chest stuff. I have a feeling if we don't figure something out, I'm gonna have to retract the not clicking the clue
The
button.
hints?
Yeah.
Have we been to the guest's room?
The guest room is where we're trying to enter.
Okay.
That is where we're trying. The chair seems to have been recently used. Can I steal the cane? No. This person is not a Nancy. They do not steal everything. Which right now seems a bit of a waste, because I could definitely use stealing some more things around here. Feel better if there were more inventory things. Then there's this clock, which we still don't know if it actually does anything. Or if it's just meant to be a distraction.
What if you make it ring 7 times? Because it was meant to be 7:45 as the closest time.
Nothing happens. Old clock doesn't seem to work. I mean, the entire game is just basically a big escape room. Just find one key and then move on to the next.
Oh. Let's start from the start again and check out the rooms that we have been the longest away from. So
Okay.
the study and then the library.
Well, we started up in the hallway. I don't
True,
think
we could see if... I don't think there's going to be hidden writing in the entryway, but maybe.
I don't know, but just to double check, this package still can't do anything with it. And where's our... Just because... Let's check with the monocle. Nothing there. Didn't expect there to be, but... It would be so typical that, you know, it's the only place then that we don't retrace our steps.
Yeah, totally.
And we did check all the cabinets here.
Yeah, there was nothing to pick up. Even though there's like several items that look really pick-upable.
Yeah. That is the one that we found already. That is irrelevant.
Yep, that was the key is in the thing outside the library.
This door is locked still. And there's this, which we have already done.
We've got a lighter. Can you light this fireplace?
Can we light a fireplace? There's nothing to light. It's
there's nothing
empty.
in it?
It's completely empty. Then there's this thing. Then there's this thing. I mean, we have the books that we found at one point.
I think if we had everything we'd need, this would have translated into, like, a note in our journal. So I think there's something else we have to find.
I think so. Let's see. And we have solved this thing with the typewriter. We've used the globe. As far as we know, there's no real puzzle with these cigars.
Can you use the lighter on the cigars?
Let's see. Let's put this back. Let's equip it. Light cigar.
Because we've not, you know, we've had a lighter. We've had this item for a while and we haven't used it.
Yeah. But no, we cannot light a cigar. Just
so what other things could we could light, like, candles, we could light lanterns, we could light... stoves if we could get into the kitchen.
Yeah. There's definitely things we could use the lighter on, we just haven't really found anything. We could burn down the library. I'd feel a bit bad about it, but there is a light there. Fireplace is unlit. So equip the lighter and light it. Oh. Well, that changed things.
Oh, this is the hint for the,
Mm-hmm.
the book order thing.
Yes.
Does it get translated into a note in our journal?
It does.
Good. Don't even need to print screen. Thank you, game.
Okay, where did we find the books again? Wasn't that over by the ballroom?
Oh yeah, no, I'm not that good. Sorry, I don't know where that was.
I think it was the ballroom, which was the end of this corridor and then into the next one. I think it was here. Yes.
Has it taken away the lighter? Is there potential to light more things, or is it like we don't need the lighter anymore?
Lighter's gone. It was a one-use lighter. Okay. Let's see. Then it was... can I go to journal straight from here? Okay, so dragon, and then woman, and then tower, knight, and horse. So dragon goes first. And then, did I say tower or did I say knight? Tower.
Dragon, woman, tower, knight, horse.
Excellent, we now have another one of these.
Alright. And that's 3 of 3.
That's 3 of 3 of those, so that should
Now,
definitely
do we have
unlock
to do
something.
a puzzle, or do you just put it in and it works? Please, no puzzle.
Come on, the gramophone puzzle. Again. Okay. I have to choose which one to play, though. Which one do I play? I have no idea. We've done this one. If I do this one...
Let's listen to them.
Oh, are these the songs that we found notes to?
We're expected to recognize Bach, Lullaby, and Brahms.
Yes, I think so. It's the only way I can make those things, like, make sense.
But then how do we know what order matters?
Or you just play all of them, and you get a key. We have a harp key.
Oh no, we just play all of them. Okay, good.
Okay.
The order doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't seem. This game is for cultured people, clearly. Clearly. If you do not recognize your Brahm immediately, then surely this is not the game for you. Let's see, the harp room was, wasn't that over here? Wasn't there a harp room here? Yes.
It was the other side of the ballroom, wasn't it?
Was it? Could I have just gone straight through there instead? Did I just take the long way around?
Or was the ballroom the crown-shaped one? I forget.
Let's check the map. We're in the music room now. That is nowhere near the ballroom. The ballroom is the game room.
Okay. New room. So, step 1, supervision.
She went to the fruiterer's to buy him some fruit, but when she came back, he was playing the flute. I want these dog notes to mean something, darn it.
Doesn't look like anything. Okay.
Let's
Safe.
see.
Room is safe.
Brahms. We have Brahm. We have Bach. And we have Wagner. And we have a muse.
Okay. Our prediction has come true.
At least this looked like a muse.
Except that there's no piano. Wasn't one of them looks at the piano?
A beautiful ornate box seems to have.
Oh no, there is a piano. There's a big piano in the room.
Mm-hmm. I've never learned to play the piano, but at least I figured out how to open this one. Can I look at it?
If you press one of the other things, so like if you press Bach, does it close the piano?
Okay, let's try. Oh, Brahms looks at. Oh. I have to turn them so they look at the right things. Who looked at the piano?
Oh, I don't remember, sorry.
The one thing we did, you had to note down because it was the not journal. Oh well, okay, let's go back and figure out who looks at the piano. There was one down here. There was one.
So there's
down
one in
here.
the boys' room.
Let's see.
One.
Okay, so Bach looks at what? Bach looks at Brahm. Bach look at Brahm.
Okay. Notepad.
So Brahms is there, Bach is here, so you... There, now you look at him. That's fine. Now where does Brahms look? Whoop. There was one in the boys' room, you said.
Yep.
Upstairs we go.
in Nicholas in the train room.
Uh-huh. We could go through here. Never mind. Except the door locked on me. Whoop. There we go. Train room. That was the lullaby. Let's see. So Brahms looks at the muse.
Brahms looks at Muse.
Uh-huh. And then where was the last one? There it is. And Wagner looks at... I'm assuming then piano? Yeah. Wagner looks at the piano.
Okay. Now's when we find out there's a fourth one that we don't know.
Yes. Well, there were only three busts there, so it should be good. Let's see. Okay, Brahms, we're looking at the muse.
Bach looks at Brahms. Brahms looks at Muse. And Wagner the piano.
That's roughly the muse, I think. I think it's as much as it's gonna be.
That seems right. Otherwise, it looks like he's looking at the other two.
Yeah, and you're supposed to look at the piano. Metal crank falls down the chimney.
Chimney?
Yeah, the crank.
Ah, okay.
So now we have a crank.
Doesn't look like it's the right kind of crank for the thing that we wanted a crank for.
No, but we have it.
Still, it's called a crank, so we might as well try.
My Little Dolls Room, Volume 3. Interact.
Oh, is this more reading? Is this another pop-out book?
This room looks familiar to me. There's something curious popping behind the painting.
Yep, it looks like you can maybe pull the thing to the right of the painting.
I can't.
Oh no. No, it just pops out.
It's just a key.
Okay, there's a key hidden behind the painting of the woman in a room with a piano. So the boys' room?
The boys' room didn't look like this though, did it?
We'll have to look for paintings in the boys' room, and then every room with a piano that has a woman painting is the... Because it doesn't make sense to be the one that had the painting, like the family painting, the portrait in the middle, because that doesn't have a bed.
It doesn't, and we don't get a note for this. It could also be the guest bedroom that we haven't gotten to yet. But I hope not. You unlocked the door. Okay, so we can go through there now. Anything else?
What unlocked the door?
Oh, we just unlocked the door. The key worked twice, apparently.
Okay.
Oh, the crank is missing for this one.
Oh, well that's closer at hand than I would have imagined.
So hopefully this is the right crank.
Yes.
And then...
I was expecting that to go on the top. Okay, yep.
Okay, so again, that one. What?
Does it have to do with how long you hold it?
I don't know. Can I can only
You go back
move...
the other way?
I can.
Yeah, and now go forwards again. Oh, yeah, okay. So we've got to... It's basically pick forwards and backwards in the correct order to open everything up.
Yeah. I'm just assuming it's back again.
We're relying on our luck stat here, yeah.
Yeah. And then we get...
Oh, you're too good at the luck stat today. Wow.
It's just alternate because it makes sense that they would want you to just hold it in. So, music box ballerina. We have a ballerina now, whatever we need that for. Whatever we might need that for. Oh. And now we're outside with the telephone.
Oh, so it's just a shortcut. Okay.
This is still locked. That is disappointing. Well, let's try the kids' room then.
So kids' room, painting.
That's the only place we've been that has a bed and a piano.
And we're meant to tug on the painting of the lady?
Look behind it, I'm assuming. Yeah, she's there. But I can't do anything with it. There is a bed.
Yeah, there is a bed, there is a piano, and there is a painting of a lady.
Because it was over the piano that we were supposed to. Wait, something clicked? Or was that just monocle going on? Probably just a monocle. There we go. Crown-shaped key. I just had to wear that and then click it.
Okay, and that was the other side of the ballroom?
Could be the crown key. I can't remember. But we can try the other side of the ballroom. If I can remember how to get out of here. Not this way. This way? Yes.
The twins' room didn't have anything interesting in the other autopox other than the teddy bear.
For now, at least. Who knows what it will have later. Suddenly we'll be sent back looking behind paintings. That's a thing now.
We'll have to gut Mr. Teddy Bear, and inside Mr. Teddy Bear there's a key.
That's what we needed, the letter opener.
This was the letter opener, yeah.
Just stabbed him for Teddy Bear. No, this is not the key.
Oh, I'm
this
wrong.
Is the,
doesn't fit.
The lock resembles a harp, but we already used the harp key. But we still have it, so guess we can use it again.
Now does the key go away?
Yes.
Okay.
Come on, door. Let me.
New room.
New area. Ooh, more books. But we can't interact with them. Boo. Okay, so now we have the games room.
Was the cupboard anything though? Wait. The cupboard.
Yes.
The cupboard underneath all those things.
Fine. Cupboard. Which cupboard?
The one underneath the, like, in the hallway.
The one in the hallway. No.
Okay.
Nothing.
It looked like it might be openable.
But chess.
Because otherwise we'd be like, oh, of course we've checked all the cupboards. Why would we run past the cupboards without checking them?
Okay, true.
Okay, so it's a white, queen's, bishop, pawn, forwards, 1.
I'm assuming then we're just recreating that.
Isn't it? No, okay, white's king's, bishop, forward, 1.
So, come on. So, oh, okay, I'm gonna have to do this way.
White, king's, bishop, yep.
White, king, bishop, forward 1.
And then 1, and then in the night 2. Oh, you think you have to do them in order? Yeah, that might be true as well. I don't know if it cares about order.
I don't know. I'm just assuming that it would care.
I think it probably only cares about the end state, but
okay, fair. Then
yeah, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to.
Let's try. Let's try and see if it cares. No, it doesn't care. It did not reset. What was the next one?
King's pawn forward, so that the queen can get out.
Well...
Black's king's pawns forward, not.
Black king's pawn forward 1.
And then black's queen to next to the pawns.
There we go.
Yeah.
Guest room key! Hooray! Okay, so it really was using the lighter that
was holding us back.
Yeah.
Yep,
this
we
looks
weren't
familiar.
keeping our eye out well enough for. Oh, yes, we need these things. For things to light.
Mm-hmm. What do you even do? Okay, you stay in place. Great. So that's number 1. Number 2. 3. 4? No. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. By that logic, alternate again. 5. Nope. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Over to 4. 5. And then over here again. Not again. Oh. Fine, we can go circle around everything. It's that game. This one. And then this one. And lastly you. There we go.
There you go. There's your lock stat back.
Mm-hmm. Now, though...
It's just made it bigger. It's just made the puzzle bigger.
Oh, no. Wait.
Can you rotate the top level of the layer cake?
Everything rotates. You can't rotate just the one.
Oh.
But maybe I can... No, it's only...
Can you press the side things at all?
It's... No. I cannot go up, down. I cannot press anything except just do this. But now it's gotten... It's changed.
Oh.
That is now a heart. If I do...
Okay, so it looks like you have to line up all of the same thing?
It looks like it. I'm just unsure how.
So what does the... One side does them contra-rotating, and one side does them rotate the same way.
Mm-hmm.
So if you do like 2 on one side, 1 on the other repeatedly, I think eventually it solves.
Now it's correct. I just want them to move both over one. Which it won't do.
We could transform this into a math puzzle.
Or you could just go back forth, and make it work. But if you want me to forget that we just solved it and, you know, get out the spreadsheets, then...
The temptation for spreadsheet is ever present.
Uh-huh. It's a disguised key. A math puzzle that was solved without math.
Just like the bloody map one where you gained like 30 minutes on me.
I still don't understand how you saw that as a math thing, but oh well. Mr. Strange and his loyal dog Sharp.
Because it's just a matrix question. It's...
But it's just line up the things! Purely visual! Expedition log, day 2. The Lost Fountain. In the taverns frequented by the natives of these islands, it is common to hear stories of very old people who attribute their longevity and strength to extinct sources of very cold and greenish natural water that prolong the lives of those who consumed it. I couldn't help but make comparison with the legends of the mythological fountain of eternal youth described by the explorer Ponce de Leon more than 300 years ago. We all
What a ponce.
Such a ponce. We all know that the existence of such fountains are actually bedtime stories for children. However, intrigued by the vitality of these old people and I think that's an veracity. My cursive is a bit weird, I didn't read much cursive these days. With which they seem to tell their stories and decide to take some samples of the sediments of some of these extinct springs to carry out some tests with the microscope in my cabin. I feel some of these sentences are not greatly written.
Better than the kids pop-out book.
Well, yes, the kids pop-up book was new level. Like, that is not the book you read to your kid for them to learn. Deadly Wager. Okay. Well, I think that's a good solid catch from the games room. 2 puzzles, got 1 key, and well, actually got 2 keys, didn't we? Yeah, 2
I know
keys.
there's competitive Excel spreadsheet. No, I didn't. Orthobox.
We have a crown-shaped key and we have a disguised key. And we also have a guest
So
room
we
key.
want... That thing looks like the one in the hall, like the main entryway, that box that needed an extra corner thing.
It does. It does. But
Well, welcome, Kitty. I'm having a great time.
Where am I? Okay, I'm here. Next to the art room and the drawing room.
You want to go backwards, but behind you.
But not if I can somehow find a quicker way. Or maybe something fancy in a drawer. No, nothing fancy in the drawers. Oh well. It was worth checking.
Yes, if we missed an item because we didn't check all the drawers, and then we came back an hour later, like with a lighter, we'd feel silly.
Yeah, who would do such a thing though?
Not us. No, no.
No.
We're competence incarnate.
Yeah. Definitely not ignore the lighter and wander around wondering why we can't progress. No. Some sort of medical formulas. Well, good to know, but don't need it right now. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I'm for certainly having a lot of fun having someone else around while I'm doing these puzzles to share the blame for being blind, if nothing else.
If one of us misses something, then it's our fault. If both of us miss it,
Clearly a game
it's the
design
game's
fault.
fault. Yeah.
Clearly bad game
So on
design.
the left from here, there was that little box.
Oh,
Yeah.
but it's already opened. There's a knight there now.
You don't have to put it in.
I might. I'm gonna try. But it was already open.
Like equip the key. Yeah.
Maybe it just did something faulty there about
Unlocking
opening...
it before we.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's weird, because that makes me think, like, is there anything else with this? But I think that's just faulty game. It must be. There doesn't seem to be anything else I can click with this. I cannot interact with it in any shape or form.
It might have been that people didn't realize they needed to equip the key to use it on this, so they shortcutted it so that it auto-opened if you had the key.
Could be. But then it seems a bit weird that you can take the knight and you still have the key.
That's true. But then that must mean we don't need it anywhere else, right? Like, you tried to pick up the key again and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, the key is locked. Locked in place. I can just pop this little knight over, though. You can go over here. Yeah, still need more statues. I figured. But we have a key to a guest bedroom.
At least one more, yeah.
Let's see. And that is the objective that we've been trying to find, so that's something.
We get to tick something off our to-do list.
Yeah. Also, we should have. Oh no, we needed to find information about the legacy. That was it.
It's a new space, so we need to supervision.
There we go. Gives it an airy green glow, but nothing more.
And the bathroom, because you love checking the bathrooms.
I mean, the one time I don't do it, it's probably gonna be something. It has this red flash where I can see it through.
Yeah. Oh, we can see to the outside world.
Yeah.
Totally, yeah.
Weird bathroom. Too spooky bathroom. If you feel confused about your role in this place, please call Dr. Leland Burns. He can provide the guidance you may be looking for.
Does it give us a phone number for him? If you inspect, examine? No.
No.
There's also a clock on the wall.
There is. I just wanted to see if it potentially had his phone number in any of these drawers, but it did not. Hello, clock. This clock cannot be interacted with.
Dang. Oh, it's got a cog on it?
Do you hear the sound of water, though? Like,
No, sorry.
Okay, it's just... When I was standing over here, there's a sound. And it kind of sounds like running water.
Yeah, it gets louder. I hear like a hissing.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. A list of subscribers.
Ah, here we go. So what was the doctor's name?
Good question. I think it was...
At least we don't have to walk far to find out.
I think it was Leland Harlan, but let's double check. Leland Burns. Wait, Leland Burns? Was there a Leland Burns? Yeah. No, Leland...
Or maybe we use...
Okay, so Burns is then probably 89 and 42
Yeah, so we
for
use the
Leland.
first half of one and the second half
Yeah.
of the other, yeah.
Okay, did it come into the journal and we just wasted time?
4289.
Okay, so it says there, but it doesn't. It didn't go as far as circling things, so that's good. So it gives you that, but it doesn't tell you exactly how to combine things, which I do appreciate. So don't help.
It's doing the latent. You've got it. You have all the information you need in front of you.
Uh-huh. But that noise is really bothering me from this angle, and I wonder what's causing it.
It's a water clock.
The clock is filled with water. Let's see. Didn't check the nightstand. I don't understand that language. Apparently a guest of the mansion drew it and asleep this night.
Oh gosh. They look like Nordic runes.
Oh dear.
Like they're not the semi-Japanese Chinese moon runes we had earlier on the combination lock.
That is Cthulhu puzzles. Let's leave the Cthulhu puzzles. Let's see. Where were we going though? What was our objective again?
We have a telephone number.
That was the thing. Well, you can go away, objective. I don't need you.
If you do map twice, it might get rid of it.
No, I just have to wait. Apparently. Wait, was this the right to the phone? Where was the phone? Where the phone was here, wasn't it? I'm going the wrong way. The phone was down here. Yes, it was. Okay. So the numbers.
42.
Let's see. So 1 is rarely visible there, so I'm assuming then there 4. 2.
89.
8. And a 9. Okay. Investigate the
Now
manor's
that gives us a
service area
crank.
and the dining room.
What? I wanted the crank game. No.
What did you want the crank for?
Because we want the crank for the thing in the piano room with the family painting.
Did you want the crank there?
Yeah.
I'd forgotten about that. I just remembered that we wanted mechanical parts like cogs.
Yeah, but we tried using our cogs and it didn't have cogs, and the like drawing on its box had a crank and cogs. So I figure it must be crank.
Wait, where am I going now? Manor service area and dining room. How do I...
Kitchen?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get there.
So maybe from the art room?
I can try to go from the art room. Art room I could access from here. Art room. But that door is locked. Oh, that is the service area. Okay, well in that case. Fair point. Equip the service key and unlock the door. Okay. Let's see. Cabinets cannot be opened. That's the lion head key. This can be opened into the dining room.
Ooh.
Don't appear to be anything in a bookcase. And the coat of arms is over there. And then you have the servant's entrance down there. So, dining room, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's see. You are proven to be trustworthy. Now you must prove that you're prepared to face your dark side. The Templars guard the weapon you need to advance on this quest.
So turn off the lights? Oh, no.
Okay, so
Okay, we've
two
got to make...
positions.
We've got to make it... No.
But it gives me no indication of if it's right or wrong.
I mean... Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 to the 7. How many combinations?
Quite a bunch.
128?
Yeah, I don't think we're doing that. But I need to step away for a quick second, so you ponder that in the meantime. Be right
Yeah,
back.
not at all. So, what have we got? We've got to find a crank for that crank thing, or cogs. We've got in here this puzzle, dark side. I'm assuming that we have to like turn the lights off or something in here to reveal something in the dark. The vision, that might be vision as well, so it could be our monocle vision. There's no other item I can think of that would, like, make things dark. We've had the opposite. We've had a lighter. Yeah, I think I agree, Orthopox, that there will... This is probably going to give us another one of the little statues. I don't know, what other unsolved puzzles do we have? We have the 7:45 clue to do with a clock, where we haven't found any clock to input it in. There's one clock that was missing minute hand, but we haven't found a minute hand, and the hour hand couldn't be moved. Those are the only things I can think of at the moment. Didn't we do clue 475 with the pocket watch? Possibly. Okay, so you reckon we're done with that? Okay, okay.
Okay, I return.
Welcome back.
Let's see. Anything else in this?
Oh.
So, how's your French?
Not very much.
Uh-huh.
Potatoes? Tort or something? Poisons?
That is fish. That is the fish course. It's the fillet of sole, and in the way of the Normans. I can let. Oh, I've forgotten what type of fish that is. Then you have your entrees, your roast beef. Okay. Let's see. Do the game throw us a bone and translate?
Has it put it in the journal as well?
No, it's just like the Great Exhibits of the Science and Arts Saturday, 1st of May, 1886 banquet. So most likely we do not need to know this menu. Unless we have to cook this up in the kitchen later, in which case we're in big trouble. The game just introduces cooking minigame. Cook the French menu. Have fun. The bloody banquet.
That's quite pretty, that one.
I mean, if you can look away from the murder part, sure.
Can that bust be rotated like the other busts?
No, only looked at. Sculpture with an inscription that reads, "A person is not honest when he speaks for himself, but if you give him a mask, he'll speak the truth."
So we've got to keep our eye out for a mask to put on the sculpture?
The clock door is closed, but the mechanism at the bottom appears to be working. The clock mechanism is incomplete. Some gears are missing.
We have the gears.
We do not have gears. We have a medallion with an embossed gear.
Yeah.
We can try. No. Doesn't like it.
Oh, boo!
Nope. Oh, but you won't let me open these drawers. Sometimes you are strange, game, with that you allow me to open certain drawers and not others. Okay, so we can exit that way. Anything else? Only this puzzle.
Yeah, with no clue about
how to do it.
The 128 different options.
I mean, we got a note though. We need to get the Templars going. But one of the Templars are probably in this box.
Oh, yeah, so while we were away, we thought, this is a new room, can we vision it?
Oh, yeah. Of course.
Alas, it looks like we get nothing.
No easy, like, drawing here on the wall with, flip this into this position.
Well, the other thing that we thought about is maybe if there's like a light switch or something that we can use to make the room dark, but
No, I don't...
I'm not seeing like a light switch or
I mean, it's candles.
a fireplace.
It's all candles.
Can you draw the shades? Can you draw the curtains?
Nope.
No.
I can exit through here, which gives me a list. Gardener's log. This situation is wearing my patience. Burying pets in the courtyard is not part of my job. I would have no problem doing it once, maybe even twice, but this is the 6th pet whose grave I have to dig.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know what happened to these animals, and I do not want to know. But I'm happy to know that this will not be the true end of these little friends. They will once again feel the freshness of the water and the warmth of the sun in the form of extraordinary tulips.
Extraordinary tulips.
Okay. I mean, I could always use the E if I don't want to suffer through cursive reading, but it's good for me.
Oh, cooking minigame time!
Well, hope you memorized that French menu while I was gone. Apparently,
pull the cork.
Apparently our person is incapable of 1, pulling a cork, 2, breaking a bottle. This shouldn't be a problem. Okay.
We presumably have to find a bottle opener.
How am I going to finish the gala banquet? If that incompetent butler don't get me the wine bottles to marinate the wheel on time. I don't understand why Mrs. Strange entrusted the basement wine cellar key to that trickster James. Surely he is the one who gets drunk on the sly every night, but very soon he will get what he deserves. It is said that revenge is sweet, but in this case it will be spicy. Very spicy.
Extra spicy. The murder of poor James. Oh.
Nope, cannot interact with Thomas the butcher shop. Note.
Really? Oh.
I was kind of hoping.
Yeah, it looked very interactable.
Yeah, it did. Empty bottles. August groceries, there's also off limits. The secret ingredient.
It was people, yeah.
Yeah, definitely cooking minigame where the royal recipe book is coming into play as well.
Oh no.
Nah. We can't interact with the pots and pans, so no mini cooking game. Oh, we found this though. The Dark Forest cake. Oh, but Dark Forest cake is so nice. Why would you kill someone with Dark Forest cake?
I could live with death by Schwarzwaldekirchtorsch. That would be a good death.
Would definitely not be the worst way to go. Let's see. Nope. Cannot interact with anything else there. Can exit. Sure.
We haven't been through that door.
Okay. 3 numbers.
3? 7, 4, 5, maybe?
It doesn't go that far. It only goes to 6.
1 to 6.
And I'm unsure which position would even be considered.
The ones that point towards the arrow.
Probably. Let's see.
What's 6 by 6 by 6?
Cellar.
Oh, it's only, 1,300 options. Oh no, that's one too many. That's one too many, sorry.
Cellar's
216.
Monday and Tuesdays, Mrs. Thomas. Then Mr. Gross, the butler, does Wednesday. Mrs. Thomas again does Thursday. Butler does Friday.
Does this get added to our journal? Is this supposedly clue-worthy?
Oh, this gets added to the journal. This is the puzzle box in the dining room. I think that's enough, isn't it? Doesn't that match with how many levers there were?
There were 7 things. Yeah, there were 7 levers.
Yeah. So Wednesday and Friday goes down. If we go back and turn down Wednesday and Friday...
Was it added to the journal?
It was. So you know it's important. Where was it?
Dining.
There we go. Okay, so Wednesday goes down and Friday.
Did it start on Sunday rather than? Okay.
This is European. No, having a week start on Sunday is horrible. It's the biggest problem I have with ordering calendars and planners from the US is that they start on Sundays.
So we still need maybe 2 more figurines.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like we need to go back and put this in. We should probably keep exploring
The
the
kitchen and laundry room.
because there's stairs that we haven't been up in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we haven't seen around here, so we can finish exploring here. Oh, Sharp's food bowl. Oh, poor boy. Okay, so
Okay, laundry.
laundry. What happened in the laundry? The Lost Fountain.
Looks like Indiana Jones, yeah.
Oh, look at this! An iron gear.
For our clock, perhaps?
Either the clock or the loft.
I feel like the loft wants a crank, but I'm probably going to be proven wrong.
But why?
This thing is got a crank on it, but we can't interact with the crank.
But why can we open it? There doesn't seem to be anything in there. What? You make me think that there's something there.
I don't even recognize what that is. Like, the other things I recognize what they are. They're clothing press things that you squeeze through those and it gets rid of the water. They're ringing presses, but that thing I don't recognize.
You don't recognize the first dishwasher. Well, not dishwasher, but laundry washers. You put your laundry in,
That
and then you
thing's a
rotate.
washing machine.
Yeah, it's a washing machine.
Oh!
It's an early washing machine. You put it in, and then you rotate, and then you wash your clothes.
I have never seen one of those before. Like, I've seen a bunch of the washing ringers
Yeah.
in real life,
Mhm.
and I've seen washboards, but I've never seen that ancient hand-cranked washing machine.
I don't think it was very popular. I think most people just figured, why not use a tub and scrub them yourself? It doesn't really save much labor, whereas the press really does, so they stuck around for a lot longer. They served a purpose. Okay. New room. Oh, I forgot to use this in the laundry. But it seems like this was a mechanic that we only needed for that one bit.
Once, yeah. Well, 2.
Yeah.
No, only 1. Because the library didn't actually use this, did it?
It did. No, it didn't. Never mind. Only once. But no, we used it in
Went
the...
to the seamstress to buy him some linen, but when she came back, the dog was a spinnin'.
We used it in the ballroom. As well. To figure out that it was each panel was one thing of the life tree.
The plant thing, yeah.
So it's been used twice so far in the game, that mechanic. Let's see.
Measuring tape?
Not allowed to keep it though. Dress in flesh.
Ooh. It rubs the lotion on its skin.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's something over there, but... Okay, let's try going on the other side of the giant dress. Original design for the beautiful crimson dress. Come on, there's clearly something. Why won't you let me interact with it?
No idea.
It's...
What about the singer, the sewing machine on the bench to the right?
That I can use.
That My grandma had one of those. I've peddled one of them.
Yeah, no. I mean, these are popular even nowadays because they just never break. They just never break. Well, eventually they do, but they seem to last forever.
So this room has not had anything suspiciously.
Yes, I don't like it. Especially since I apparently can click something here, but it doesn't want to.
We might have to, like, find the thing to use on that thing.
That could very well be. Let's see. What else is up here? Oh! Okay, so now we're back here. So now we have access to the sewing room, the family room over on this side.
So we have a shortcut. Yep.
Yes. Which means...
We're gonna go put the statue in. Oh, we can try the crank.
We can quickly see if these are the things that needs here. No, it doesn't work. Because you need 2 cogs and then a lever, it seems. And this would be 1 cog, but then it's probably for the clock.
Okay.
So we can go back down and see if there was anything else we missed in the area down with the kitchen.
Clock.
Also the clock. Quickly, just double check. Seemingly nothing. Nothing behind the door either. Nothing in the kitchen. Except this bottle that we are not allowed to break, which feels really weird. This is really the thing where I wonder, like, what kind of person are we playing as? Who is the character who is unable to solve this? Like, no, it's I can't break the bottle and I can't just unscrew it. That would be wrong. Can't just uncork it. Let's see, equip that. That's 1. We still need many, many more.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
I am surprised.
I mean, I would say at least 1 more over on this to get these moving, and then at least 2.
Oh, bless me.
Oh dear. At least 3, I would think. Because the first 2 ones aren't moving, so there clearly needs to be 1 more there. And then I would assume 2 to reach this area.
Oh, the last time I made an assumption about cogs inside a clock, I was punished.
Well, yes.
So I'm not going to venture any assumptions there this time.
Uh-huh. The wine cellar that the butler had the key for. Oh, and now we can go through here as well. Which is very handy considering we can now deposit this guy. Okay, so that was the last one.
Be the end? Yeah.
Okay, so move disc, and then I can slide the knight. So everyone had to be equal. What's the thing?
So do we want all the black ones on one side and all the red ones on one side, or do we want every black one to face a red one?
I'm assuming that it's face off against each other. So if we then
or like
do...
weapon equals weapon?
Maybe. This guy, slide knight. You have a sword and a shield, so if I put you here, technically that's a fair battle. Whereas if... But that could... You. 1 axe. And a shield. None of the others have an axe and a shield, do they?
I don't see an axe. I see spear. I see spear. The third one on the left has a shield behind him.
Hmm. But that seems like spare. Which means I'm just gonna move you out of the way.
Oh, it's actually the other one.
That would be spare. What do you have? You also have just sword and shield. But I thought you were the one with the sword and the shield. No, you have an axe.
Can you spin this one around so we can see the color?
Which one? This one?
The one that we were just on, yeah.
The blue.
So it is. It's
Blue
black or
axe.
blue, yeah.
Yeah. And I don't feel that's fair to a two-handed mace. That one already exists, so I can put you. Let's just keep moving you around where you can go, so that I can line up the ones that seem to make sense, at least. That is two-handed maces versus two-handed maces. What do you have? No, you were spare. And then you had a sword. That would technically be everyone matched except one. There's one too many. This guy hasn't known when to fight. Do we? Oh yeah, of course, there. Never mind. I'm being silly.
Dun, 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 dun.
Fancy night has arrived. A sword key. A gold key that resembles the shape of a sword.
There's a locksmith somewhere that's doing very well out of this family.
Oh yeah, they have definitely a deal going. Like 20 keys for the price of 15 or something. Let's see. So now we have a sword key that we don't know where goes.
Yeah, because like up until now, it's always been like, here's the door, and then go find the key. It's unusual for us to be given the key before the thing that unlocks.
And we also have a crown-shaped key. So we have 2 keys that we don't know where the door is. Because that is lion head. That is fine. And that is coat of arms. Unless the sword is for the coat of arms? But I don't think so. I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt to try since I'm standing right next to it, but... Oh! Will you look at that? It was. Sword goes with coat of arms.
Oh.
I would have felt foolish if I didn't try that now.
Yeah.
And
I
then...
would not have thought to think that.
I was like, okay, so coat of arms, basically shield, sword, sure, let's try. Let's see how the game works. Let's see, the mystery of Crimson Manor. Anything else in here? Doesn't seem like it. See, that makes me wonder, is the crown then to be put on the lion's head? Like crown the lion?
Might be. I mean, if
Okay,
it's Britain theming, the lion and the unicorn are the
yeah.
standard coat of arms. Oh god, it's this thing. Okay.
But I think this is the first time we have gotten the option of skip a puzzle.
Presumably because people have a really hard time with this. Usually you want to get the 2x2 one down to the bottom.
What do you mean?
Like, so there's two kinds of blocks here. Well, there's three kinds of blocks here. There's a 1x1 block, there's a 2x1 block, and there's a 2x2 block.
But what
and
is the
usually
purpose
these
of
puzzles
them?
Usually the puzzle is get that 2x2 one down to the bottom of the screen. Like you are currently most of the way towards.
Yeah. Just slightly failing on one bit there. There we go. 263.
It's kind of bad that they didn't indicate where you were meant to get it to.
Yeah, kinda. I mean, I can now see the sloth. Like, there's a little slot here with...
It's not very obvious beforehand.
If you have never done that type of puzzle before, then no. I think it would be beneficial to say something indicating.
Like, put a little dotted outline on the wood grain that's like a 2x2 space, so it makes it clear that that's where you want it to be.
Yeah. I can still move them, but I can't get any more out, it would seem, so... Seems a bit weird that it just lets the puzzle continue, honestly.
Well, the physics doesn't turn off.
Just... Huh. Oh well, very particular masquerade party. The guest with the huge, graceful nose looked down from above on all the other guests in the hall. His intention was called deep down below at the bottom of the hall, where a gentleman with a large green mask was talking very closely to the woman to his right, with the mask with feathers adorned. The most distant of the guests, as if they were frightened on, were a woman with an oval green emerald on her mask. At the left of the hall and across her a handsome man that had a sky blue mask with spikes worn. In the center of the hall, a woman with a black flame appearance mask of the last two guests located just above her, drawing them each their attention was. Okay.
I got no idea, other than this is maybe a hint about what kind of mask we need to put on that woman in the room.
Yeah. Probably something like that, that you have to figure out which mask is going on which person. And do we get that?
Does it get noted in our
notes?
journal? Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's something we have to go back to and remember if it ever becomes a thing.
It might just be world building, but we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see if we'll have to find this note again. At least now we can open the suitcase. So that's something. Oh, more pipes.
We pick them up?
We can't.
What about the one on top of the desk?
No. We don't get to add them to the pipe collection. No, they get to steal another letter opener. Get to read another telegram, though. I would like...
At least Teddy Bear is safe.
Teddy Bear safe for now. I would like to refer to the progress of your hominid morphology research work recently shared with me. Your discovery about cellular senescence seems splendid to me. If your hypothesis is verified, you can be sure that your name will pass to posterity and will be wanted.
So senescence is like old age-ness.
Yeah. So basically the experiment about, you know, not getting old. Is there anything in this cabinet? Nothing. So, do you want to try and find more doors to open? Or do you want to go back and get the suitcase?
The footlocker, yeah.
Which was, I believe, this way.
At the base of the kitchen, yeah.
Where was the kitchen? I feel it was somewhere around here. Yeah, that was the dining room, and the kitchen was on the other side of the dining room. So the kitchen was here, which means the locker is on this place. And it was 263. Oh, and it goes out for the entire puzzle at that point. So 2, 3, 6. At the highest place of the mansion, the science and the stars will open the way to the answer you're looking for.
Okay, so presumably at the top of the stairs there was something we were missing? Screwdriver!
We have a screwdriver. I think that's just getting
Can
to
we-
the loft.
Can we disassemble the hand-cranked washing machine?
I don't think so, but we can try. Okay, let's see.
I mean, that's the nearest one. Failing that, we can try the telephone.
It doesn't even compute what I wanted to do, so I don't think that's
We can try the telephone.
But this one gets just a big mark across it, so I'm a bit...
What if you look at it from the side, the other one? Maybe it's that we're looking at the... No.
That's weird. Because that's just one further indicating that this should interact with something.
I reckon try the telephone next.
Okay, we can try dismantling a telephone.
Well, actually, there was one more... Go back. There was one other ringer. There was a second ringer. We might as well check while we're here.
Oh yeah, true. While we're here. Well, would you look at that? That one works.
Oh, we are so lucky we didn't go to the telephone.
Luck strat keeps being key. I cannot steal the cogs though. So hopefully that is all we need.
Is the screwdriver... Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, it's gone. So...
No more stealing things.
Okay, so...
Luck 2 OP, please nerf. Sorry, Lizard. There are some days when the luck stats are in your favor, and there are other days when it's really not. Okay, just because I want to try... oh, we still have the sword, by the way.
Yeah, the lion head thing makes sense.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't fit. But at least then we tried. But we still have the sword key. So that's interesting. That means that there's probably one more place where we're gonna need it. I've been here. I can clearly see that I've opened up all the cabinets, but I've left a trail. I just can't remember it. Can't remember where I am. Okay, the games room is up here. And what was on the other side of the games room?
The telephone? No, the books. Okay, the books that you couldn't use.
Yeah. But if we want to go upstairs, this seems counterproductive. No, wait. Where's the... There we go, stairs. Hooray.
And now when we're... Go to the top and just look around when we're here and see if we can see, is there like... Are there planets or something sitting...
No. But I can unlock this door, probably.
Okay, I was just... because so far this is the highest place that would kind of make the most sense to match with that puzzle clue.
True, but I do think the attic is gonna be the highest.
It was... Yeah, totally. It was more of a like, this is the highest we've been so far.
Oh, by far. Let's see. Did that do anything besides...
Give us a shortcut?
No, we haven't been to the master bedroom or the... This is a new place.
Oh, this is all new? Okay. Yep.
Oh. Come on, door.
Walk-in closet?
Looks like the master bedroom. Nothing here, though.
Painting of Doggo.
Mantle clock, but the face is missing. There's too many clock puzzles in this game.
Almost as many as a Leighton game. The Art of War.
Close that again. Can I get closer to actually see if there's anything in these drawers? There wasn't. Huh. Needs more math. No, it does not need more math.
Clocks are math, Nemoblub.
This box had an inscription that reads, "Only the elegant hand of a refined lady is to open this jewelry box." Oh, but we have that. Oh,
The ballerina?
Her feet more than her... No. Darn it. Didn't work.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, so no shade from me.
I do repent, but heaven hath pleased it so, to punish me with this, and this with me, that I must be their scourge and minister. I will bestow him, and will answer well, the debt I gave him, so again good night. I must be cruel only to be kind. Thus bad begins, and worse remains behind. This is perhaps my favorite line from Shakespeare's work. I must be cruel only to be kind.
So you remember back in the library they were told that we need to something to do with music, something to do with art, and something to do with literature?
Yeah.
Maybe that's indicating the literature component?
Could very well be. Does any of them stick? That one sticks. Okay, it's the same sort of a puzzle then. Very well. Nope. Two, three? No. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. 1, 2, and 3, 4. Of course, it's the one I didn't try them. And okay, fair enough. Makes sense. Pattern.
Aww.
Makes sense pattern
No
wise.
high luck this go.
Oh well. Hamlet. The tragical history of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. And that gets added to the journal.
What?
Yeah, Hamlet.
What?
Hamlet gets added to the journal. I don't know why. But we need to find a book
I
of
don't
Hamlet.
know why either.
Come on, let me read the thing.
Yeah, Lizard, there's been about a half dozen of those. Just press the buttons in the right order.
Uh-huh. This is the first time I haven't had luck on it, though.
We've
So,
had, yeah, Miss Morrigan has been rolling, like, natural 20s on them.
let's see. Um...
Necklace, swirly thing, safe.
Okay.
Neck dial safe. Neck bin safe.
Nicholas Strange, January 2nd, 1882, age 12. Visit of 8 a.m. Normal. Patient does not speak. Habits: alcohol, no. Tobacco, no. Exercise, average. Environment, upper class. Diet, normal. Family history, normal. Definitely not. Past history, normal. His... Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to cheat here.
His renal, respiratory, and cardiac functions are optimal, and his physical health is very good for a child of his age. However, despite the fact that the patient is over 10 years of age, his bone characteristics, height and weight, correspond to those of a 4 to 5-year-old child. The delay in his physical development is disconcerting. Additionally, the boy appears to be suffering from post-traumatic stress, so referral to Bedlam Hospital for the mentally ill for further testing is recommended. Rare, undetermined growing disorder.
Okay, so nothing good happens to the kids in this household.
They tested on their kids.
They tested on the kids and then send them to the different mental hospitals. All that kid wanted to do was ride trains. Just wanted to play with the trains. Cannot grab the shaving.
Not the razor, yeah.
I was kind of hoping to use it to just whack that bottle. Oh yes, I too keep toilet paper in my...
Your bedroom, yeah.
Yeah, and just a drawer with the hats and everything. Doesn't even make sense as far as...
Wait, there was a number.
It's just October 1885.
Okay.
But no,
Okay.
we haven't spelled the word on the books yet, and yes, it's probably is Hamlet then. Chest lock. The padlock resembles the shape of a heart, but not a puzzle. I don't think we have a lock that says that yet. Well, that's this room. Can we go here? Well, this is safe. But where's the necklace?
And the spinny thing is the spinny thing on the safe?
I don't know. Top hats, perfumes. Shoes. Nothing down there. Nothing up there. Oh, come on. Let me pass. Let's see. More suits, more...
This
shoes.
walk-in closet is larger than a Japanese home.
Pretty much. Light bulb. Oh, there's the thing.
For making
The
the
clock.
light dark?
No, the clock thing.
Ah. Does it get added to the journal?
I did get added to the journal. So you know it's important. If it gets added to the journal, it's important. She went to the... Oh, I can never remember how to pronounce that word.
She went to the hosier's to buy him some hose, but when she came back, he was dressed in his clothes.
I mean, that dog looks very dapper, I will admit. That's one very dapper dog. Nothing there. Nothing there. Okay, so we have a couple of puzzles that we could figure out.
Safe. We've got the attic crank.
Mm-hmm. We have the books in the library.
Oh, old man noises.
Hmm. No, I don't think that one can just be... Is this the bathroom that would finally...
Yes. Have something for the monocle?
No, nothing. But at least for once there's something to actually open up at least. The Bloody Countess.
Spare non-bedroom toilet paper.
Uh-huh. Let's see. And then we're back out again.
Like that.
And
Attic?
that was the main bedroom. We can try getting to the attic.
Or was there more up here that we haven't seen?
We have not gone down this road, which is a storage room, which we don't have the key for.
Okay.
And then we can now connect this to the rest of the house. So that's a bonus.
So another shortcut.
So here's the crank then for this thing.
And this will be the puzzle, presumably about the planets that we were hinted at.
Yeah. Oh, up there. And that is the tallest point. So it's also a good spot to check out the rest of the room. It doesn't seem to have anything.
No, it does not. They're nice and kind and put the hint right next to the thing that looks like it's the puzzle.
Hmm. That's definitely the puzzle bit. This appears to be reflective. It's missing the bulb. Well, we can fix that. We found the bulb.
Oh, I assume we'd have to rotate the orrery.
Astrological Society. Recent observations have shown that the further the planets are from the sun, the longer they take to complete their orbits.
What? When was... I thought Kepler was much earlier than this.
Hmm?
Kepler.
What?
Johannes Kepler. Yeah, 1700s. Not even. It's 1571 to 1630 they knew about the planet speed crap. Anyway, that's just them being bad about history. Continue.
Okay then. What exactly are we trying to achieve here, though?
I think you want the shadows to line up with the either the things or the positions to match.
Those will... Oh no, they can. They can match up, I guess. But that's gonna be... I am not certain that's possible. But we can try. Especially not with how I keep swapping from one thing to another. Okay, so there's only three. Three cranks.
That one can get the red on the left nominally.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you think that's Earth? Okay.
No, I just accidentally paused it there. It's
Yeah, that one feels like it's the Earth.
I mean, there it fits perfectly. But then the other one is way off. Of course, the other one's way off there as well, so... Not convinced.
Yeah, that one looks like it's meant to be the yellow one. The little yellow one nearest the sun.
Yeah. There. Now they're like matched up. I don't know why they didn't match up earlier, but... No, go back. There. And then swap to another one. But these don't seem to match up with anything. Because now it seems way too high.
Woo! 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 Back! Back! Back!
Oh.
Back! 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 Keep going until it's just the other side of the sun. It's the Earth one. Like that's there.
Hmm?
Now forwards again, but it's only going to hit one of them at the moment. Like it's another third of a turn. It's no.
The other
Yep,
way?
that way. Yep.
Okay.
No. No.
But you said...
The lag is getting us here.
Okay, fine. This way then.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This one is the Earth, so it stops now. Nah, you missed it.
No, it didn't. There's nothing being overshadowed now. There's no
So
shadow on it. There we go. Oh, come on. Come on, surely you can line up perfectly. Oh well, I guess that's as good as it's gonna get. And then... You're... There we go. There's the lion key. So now we have that.
Yep. New rooms to explore.
New rooms to explore. Cannot open the cupboards. Can can take shares.
Why would we want... Oh,
To cut
the
the
lock
chain.
in the kitchen.
Yeah. Deep down in a wet and dark chamber, you'll find the roots of our family and the key to your future. Let's see, what else? Full Moon Nightmare. And I guess I cannot do anything with these letters, no. Okay, downstairs we go. Oh, wait, there's something over there. There is something here. It is locked.
Locked. Well, equip keys.
This is the only one I don't know where to go, so no, it doesn't fit the lock. Equip. Doesn't fit the lock. Ballerina, just to try. Doesn't fit the lock. Okay, in that case, we do not have what we need to open that safe. But at least then we know that there is a safe in the attic and we don't go looking around for a safe later.
It was a bit... Yeah, it didn't like tell us the key is this shaped though.
No. So we're probably just gonna get like a safe key. Key to safe or something.
It's the kitchen?
Yeah. Making my way down.
Making your way downtown.
Once I remember the path. Did we lose it? Sadly, yes. I kind of wanted to try to use it on the bottle. Do we want to progress with this, or do we want to stop by and do the other puzzle?
No, I think this. Well, might as well do this.
Okay. Whatever this is.
The cellar.
Yeah. Well. Some toffee. Toffee did not do anything. Oh, there we go. Wine cellar key. Some formula dosages. 5 children, 2 drops after each meal and 1 before bed. Anything more in here? No. Okay, well then we can investigate the wine cellar. I do hope that the game don't
How many bodies are down here?
many, which is why I wanted to do the nice little libraries puzzle first, but no, you wanted to go straight down into the cellar with all the bodies.
And possibly lots of dead doggos.
No, they are outside in the garden being turned into tulips. Boiler safety instruction. In the case of a steam leak, set the gauge pressure to 475 P to transfer steam to the secondary pressure release pipe. Rotate valves upward to increase pressure on downwards to decrease it. Never exceed 500 P or get below 0 on the pressure system will reset itself. Don't rush it. Yeah, how about I ignore that? No, I am not allowed to ignore that. I wasn't expecting pain. And a 4-cipher code. What was in here?
The 1885 maybe? The one that we had on the letter? But I suppose it would get added to the journal if we knew it.
Yeah. I think that's just when the photo was taken. The cask of Amontillado. will never forget our last travels together. The day in London, the month in Paris, and that year in Rome. Okay, so we have to gather all of them now.
Okay, so it's... Yeah.
The day in London, the month in Paris, the year from Rome.
Okay. Here we go. Day in London, month in Paris, year in Rome. Done.
Okay, we cannot pick up the saw to solve the bottle puzzle. We get another Gyarados for the clock.
You want the bottle puzzle?
The bottle puzzle is gonna be the hardest thing in this entire game, and you know it. The one thing where everyone's like, why didn't you just break the bottle? Why? That's where the real will is. All the real information. Okay, can I...
Okay, so it was 745 that we want to target here.
Yes, if I could...
Sorry, 475.
If I could interact with it. But I can't.
Really?
There we go.
On the right, there
go.
are two spinny... Yeah.
Okay, so...
So it doesn't want to go down below 0 or up above 500, and we want to get to 475.
Okay, so this one gets up to 150. And if I select it again...
Plus 150, yep.
I cannot adjust this again. So...
Yep, and then the next lever does what?
Unknown. That one does 400.
What if you do next lever all by itself? 400 all by itself.
Yeah.
What's the...
There. Okay, so
third one?
downwards was to leave it.
Oh, that's a bit less than 400 now. 375?
And then I can deduct the 150 if I wanted to.
Okay, so is the third and fourth lever also things then? Yeah, okay. So turn the 1 and 2 to 0. Look at what 3 and 4 are by themselves.
Uh-huh.
It's 150, 375, 275, and what's the last one?
The last one has to be done by the stone as well.
Is 240?
Roughly?
Okay, so we want all of those to add up to 475-ish.
Yep. Roughly.
When we add or subtract them from each other.
Mm-hmm. There, now it's reset again.
So it's like, what? Plus 2, minus 3... As in, lever 2 up, lever 3 down.
I'll just reset again then. Whoop. Oh, that didn't do it. There, that's gonna blow it. Okay, what did you say?
So I think lever 2 up, lever 3 down.
2 up, 3 down.
That shouldn't be too much.
That's 100.
That should be about 100. Yeah, so that it does work. They literally do just add.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then what differences can we make to get our 450? 150 plus 240 is 390. So that's 490. 490 is about 475.
It's done though. So that's close enough.
Hold on. 30 and 22.
hi, Pepper. It is teamwork, which right now turned into Blubber does math while I just flip random flavors while waiting for him to work it out, and then solves it.
The real solution, yeah.
It's just okay, sure. You said push this one up, put that one down. Okay, I'll just put all these other ones while I wait. So, 30 and 22. Add it to the journal.
Is that maybe the necklace thing?
It could be. It could be.
Anyway, we've unlocked the Steam. So what about the door?
Oh, that's a lot of luggage, and I don't think any of it was his. Is this where all the missing train people kept their luggage? Just dumped all their luggage all over this place.
That looked like it could have been the Paris note?
Yeah.
No?
Paris, London to Paris.
Okay, so year in... No, it was month in Paris. October.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let's see.
We want year in Rome. 81. And we want day in London.
Oh, isn't the day in London then just the day you leave? Or is it the day you're...
Ah, I didn't think of that. I thought there'd be a third thing. So what was the London to Paris?
London to Paris was this one. 3rd of October. I'm not sure, but...
No, I'm not sure either. This to me. This feels more like indicating the month where they're in Paris, but
okay, but this one looks like it's the rotate thing, though.
the spinny thing that we just got. Yeah.
Oh, it gives us these. So there is one more that we have to find, I guess. Maybe it's in the safe. Okay, so 30.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
30, 22.
30 counterclockwise, 22 clockwise.
Okay. So...
Does that mean how many you go, or to the number that you go? Let's...
20,
I guess the number
30.
first.
And then 22 back, so 10, 20, 22. No clicking there, so that doesn't seem to be it.
Continue going around until you hit the number 22.
Okay.
No, in the clockwise direction. No!
Clockwise, fine. Up.
Because it wants you to go, like, 30 counter and then 20... I think it's not indicating how many numbers to go, but the number to go to.
Okay, so that's 22.
Yeah.
And then back...
Oh no, because it was... No, because it was the... Like, that's the number that we... That's the second location that you want to go to,
Yeah.
but it was first to 30 leftwards. I'm surprised it didn't open when we went there, but it might have been that we
Yeah.
changed direction.
But it was 30, right?
Yeah.
And
So,
then
two
it
more.
should have
There
gone...
we go. And now
22.
backwards. Yep, that way to 22.
Yeah, no. Maybe it's another safe? Because this is giving me absolutely no clicks, no nothing.
Can you like press the thing on the side?
No. I cannot interact with it
Okay.
any other way than rotates. And up and down seems to do nothing, so...
I'd say leave it for now then.
This is a lot of people's clothing and stuff that they've taken away. If not everything belongs to the people who live there. Let's see. Oh, here is Rome. Nope. Get the ticket. From Rome to Paris.
Month in... Okay, so no, the other one must be, not the month in Paris, but the day in London. So this is October, November. And does it get added to the journal?
Yep. It got added to the journal.
Maybe there's another part of the turn left and right puzzle that we haven't been given, because look at where it is on the page.
Yeah, it definitely could be. Definitely could be. Well, we can head upstairs and do some puzzle solving elsewhere. Let's see. What was this door? That was a dining room.
So you wanted the library for the Shakespeare thing, was it?
Yeah. And then there was also this key that we now have that we haven't used yet.
And we have another cog for the
clock as
The
well.
clock.
Can drop that off since that's just here. Just to prevent that suddenly we don't need nearly
unlocking
as
something
many.
else, yeah. Yeah,
that's a
if
lot
our
bigger.
assumptions about cogs.
Okay, so we only need one more then. One more instead of two more. I thought it was two. But they came in different sizes because cogs do that. Oh, this is a thing! Oh, this is a thing! Oh, where did we see the note on this? The note on this was in the games room. I think it was. Or no, the art room. Wasn't it?
I feel like it was maybe the dining.
Ah. Well, we need something that can be placed into the empty slot anyway. Oh, could this be the medallion? God of Wit. The patient hero gets the one with the cogs.
The censoring on Hermes.
Looks like it's not the right medallion. I mean, you gotta have the censoring. Brave hero. Well, who had the cogs then? Do you remember? Because I don't think that made it into the journal. Which hero had the cogs? I mean, I guess I can just try all of them.
Oh, I don't. Apology. Brave is presumably the dragon.
Hmm?
Hermes.
Hermes is the one with the
Hermes
cogs.
horse? Really? Okay.
Can I get whatever you're holding?
I think we have to do all four, and this is like
Probably.
the final puzzle.
Probably. But it allows us to exit wherever we want now, at least. So that's something. So
Library you wanted?
Library is... Whoop. Was it through the ballroom? Yes, through the ballroom. Through the ballroom.
Yes.
And then library. Okay. Now... literature. Let's see. Give me this one.
Hamlet. Yeah, okay. H.
And this one. And then M. And then just getting the T. Which I probably could have gone quicker on the other way around, but oh well. Taking the scenic route. There we go, Hamlet.
So this gives us literature, but what were the other two? Music and something else.
Music, art, and literature, wasn't it?
Yeah, music and art.
Oh well, through the secret door, I guess.
Oh, there was a secret door in here. It just wasn't where we thought it was.
Okay.
Holy.
Seems someone spent a lot of time designing these complex mechanisms. Okay, this definitely looks complicated. It's empty. Okay, so we need to put something in here.
The rest of the room might have stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Might. This is blocked, so... Nothing in the cabinet?
You do that switch on top of the bench.
Nope. Cannot interact with the switch, cannot interact with any of these labels. Nothing in that cabinet either. Bioselective regeneration. Okay, so we go axolotl to starfish, and then eel to jellyfish. Yeah, makes sense, right?
Electric chair to salamander to slightly different salamander.
Okay, investigation report 2, the origin of life. I have managed to determine
I have managed... Oh, okay.
Okay, no, you go. I can drink
I
my
have
tea.
managed to determine that the species with the greatest longevity are the oldest and most primitive ones. Those that are biologically composed of simpler cellular structures. I am sure that this phenomenon is connected with the very origin of the Earth, billions of years ago. These ancient genes, incomprehensible for us, go back to the very origin of life and the universe, and if my calculations are correct, they are traceable to the forgotten depths of the coldest and deepest oceans of the planet, very close to where the species evaluated in my studies perform their mating and reproduction rituals. These animals are closer to the very source of life.
Reading them in the wrong order, but sure.
I have discovered that many of the endemic reptiles of the islands visited on my expedition have an amazing ability to regenerate. In a matter of hours, they can completely replace a lost limb. I have also managed to identify jellyfish that apparently renew their cellular composition, regenerating a perpetual cycle, which means, if I'm not mistaken, that they can live forever. These are just some of the animals that seem to have a unique genome different from that of many other specimens, even in the same species. It's possible to isolate these genomes and transliterate them from one species to another to reverse cell deterioration or death in other living beings.
Let's see them. Origin of species. That was a book I was expecting to find in this room. Can I flip the board? No? Oh, but there's a lot written on the back of it. The primal gene.
More reading?
Don't look like it. Oh yeah, no, definitely more reading. First though, more books that has inspired all of this.
Investigation report number 3, the primal gene. I am convinced that the ancient myths about eternal life are all connected with a single immutable reality, the original gene of life, the philosopher's stone, which the ancient alchemists sought to obtain, the elixir of eternal life, is nothing more than the fossilization gene and its consequent chemical reactivation. Ponce, what a Ponce, de Leon's fountain of eternal youth was surely a source of water rich in bioactive sediments of the gene product of the pre-fossilization of these species. Even the macabre stories about vampires and other immortal beings show the biological transformation caused in some subjects who consume species with said gene in their diet, such as a rare species of albino bat that is very popular in rural villages in northern Romania.
So now we get vampires confirmed.
Yep, vampires are canon. Investigation report number 5. Nothing lives forever, lives forever. The Fountain of Eternal Youth, or Philosopher's Stone, actually existed. However, analysis of sediments from the waters collected on the islands indicates that the load of living enzymes produced by the gene has decayed exponentially over time. In other words, the source of eternal youth described by the inhabitants of the island has been dying little by little. This explains why we do not have certain evidence that there are individuals or subjects who have managed to live forever. However, I do not doubt that this is theoretically possible, if it is possible to isolate and replicate the enzymes of the gene of life throughout eugenic techniques and then synthesize a compatible serum at the cellular level with the human body. It would be possible to delay cellular deterioration in our bodies or even stop it permanently.
The last one isn't readable.
And yet still nothing to shove in the machine.
Oh, no. Not more of these. Okay, so we have elephant. We have jumping
Elephant,
kid,
boxing ring, mask.
clown, circus, cannon, unicycle. And they're all different, so that is not getting brute forced. That is definitely not getting brute forced. Oh, I hope this wasn't the thing that the letter about position in the ballroom.
Masks who looked, yeah.
Oh, I hope it's not this. Astrology, alchemy, botany, anatomy, chemistry, and... Oh, we have something over here, though. Excuse me, stepping over the books. Trying to step over the books. Okay, so Nicholas doesn't seem to have grown in all of the years. So that's indicates that he at least had some success with his crazy experiments.
So my complaining about the wife not looking like she's 60 has in-game reasons.
Uh-huh. There's also a disc we get to keep.
Zoopraxiscope. I thought they were called rotoscopes, those things, but...
No. Well, I guess that's all we can do in here for now, because I don't think this is where we put that... Well, I guess we could try the clock in the hallway.
Yeah, I'm just wrong. Okay, that's on me. I have the wrong word.
Okay, let's see. Which sequence was it? Journal.
6 pulls.
So, 1, 2, 3. So, left, right, middle.
Left, right, middle, left.
Okay, let's try.
Left, right, middle. Right, middle, left.
And we got the
The
gear for
clock
that.
pooped.
3:45. Sun's with 3:45.
Possibly no. I was going to say with the solar panel puzzle thing, but we already solved that.
Yeah. Let's see. What else was it that we had available now? We still haven't found
We can
this.
put that in the clock. We can put the new gear in the clock.
We can. But wait, wasn't there? That was just the West Wing. Which room was through here again? Oh yeah, that's just to get to this one. So if we want to get to the clock, the quickest way is through the art room. This is the art room, which feels weird. Because that's not what they labeled as the art room. That was the private room. When we had to go find a way into the art room. That feels a bit weird. And then dining room is right here. Also, I just noted that Neem Blob is clearly plotting to use channel points on 3 at one point. Well, that's gonna be great fun.
I noticed, at least for my area, Nema Blob, yesterday, that it's on sale for less than $1.
Okay, now we got the clock hand. Where was the clock that needed the clock hand? That was in the library.
Yeah, library, yes.
And library is best access through art room, main room, and then this door. That is the fastest way to the library, I think. Okay, so now we have
3:45, was it?
I think so. 45. 3. Oh no,
Yes?
you still have far to go to get those 70k points, so I'm in no rush.
Oh, it's a second disc.
Uh-huh.
Do these go in the machine in the science room?
It could very well be. I didn't think they did, but if we're getting 3 of them, it's a high chance.
Well, I would hope that we only need 2 at the moment.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna need a third.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where haven't we been though? Where's the last?
Level 2. Above the music room?
No, we've been to
No,
the
we
twins
have been to
room.
the twins. Okay.
Where's the last key going? We've been to the attic. We've been to all of these. We've been to all of these. We've been there.
Well, I don't think we know of anything to do other than test the 2 rotoscopes.
Oh, well, a current objective is explore the basement, which we are far from doing. Apparently we missed something in the basement as well. No, I have not. I have not played Return of the Obra Dinn. It's one of those games that's been on my list to play for ages, and then I never Never got around to it. Never got around to it. That was a study. Wait. I'm trying to get to the basement. I'm going the completely the wrong way. Aren't I? Basement, I need to get to the kitchen.
Alright.
But I've heard only good things about that game, so it's definitely something that I will try eventually. Let's see. Basement.
Can I just get a recap on our items so I can try and think of what else we might...
Me a chance to
Okay,
eat
so
one sandwich.
ballerina and crown key. Okay. Back to it. I'm gonna... Where could we possibly use a ballerina?
I still think that box upstairs was a good guess, but it needed
Yeah,
a delicate
I agree.
hand instead of a delicate foot. The only thing here to investigate is that one though, and we don't have the things we need. Oh, that was what we were supposed to do. Where did we put in the thing with Rome and everything?
The safe in the dressing room, in next to their personal bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
Top level.
Which would make sense to go through the kitchen then.
Wasn't there a secret upstairs? Yeah, this.
Let's see. This...
The servants' stairs.
Yeah, much quicker. Okay, let's see. Master bedroom was somewhere around here. I think. Map. Yeah, down this corridor. But yeah, I finally did update update the channel points a bit. Not quite happy with where they are yet, but you know, fiddle a bit with them back and forth, and hopefully I'll figure out what works and what doesn't work for me.
Be still, my beating heart?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! Choose the demon dong game.
Necklace, safe. That was the other safe.
So the hand-holding game was quite nice. I liked that demo.
Mm-hmm. The explicit hand holding.
Yes.
This is not a safe though. Oh, was it the chest? No, we can't put any numbers into the chest.
So there's the swivel safe in the clothing room here,
Oh.
which needed two numbers, and there's a foot chest in the basement by the kitchen.
Okay.
So this needed something to do with a necklace that we didn't know. Like there was that hint with necklace spinny thing this, and we don't know where the necklace is.
But this one actually makes noises.
But does it just do it every time you go a full loop? That's what it sounds like at the moment.
Yeah, it's kind of off to it, but yeah, seems like it. But yeah, that was basically for people who have different opinions than me about who to romance. That's why I created that one for redeemable.
Oh, okay. Pick who you romance.
Yes,
Yep.
so someone else get to pick who they want, and then if if it's a game where it's like you can only have one, it's it turns into a vote when we reach that point. So all redeemable ones are then put into the vote. Because chat doesn't always agree with me on who to romance. Who am I kidding? Chat never agrees with me on who to romance most of the time. But what was it in here? This was just a...
It felt like maybe we have to put the... To me, it felt like we might have to put the necklace here on the like, dress-up lady here, but I'm not sure.
Try, but I don't think I can remove that. That's the thing.
Yeah, I agree. We kind of, like, have to get a necklace. Which... It feels like it's an item we do not yet have.
No, there was one at storage room is still locked. One of the few rooms that are locked. Now I'm going completely the wrong way. The sewing room had a necklace. But I don't think we could remove that. This is not the way to that. Where?
This is where we murder Mr. Teddy Bear.
We will hopefully never have to murder the teddy bear. The teddy bear can live on. Well, as much as a teddy bear can live. Because that is the necklace, but it seems to be incomplete.
A silver choker seems to be incomplete. Does the ballerina somehow go in the necklace? No.
Sadly not.
Ballerina would be dancing, so maybe dancing or music rooms? We missed something?
Maybe.
But let's go. I'd vote myself for the cellar and seeing if we can find that footlocker.
Was it the... Oh no, it wasn't the footlocker. It was the cellar door, the one with the bars. That is where the code for the Rome and Paris thing was. Of course. Now I remember where that was. Because in the basement you had that safe.
This pressure machine, yeah.
That one we didn't know yet.
Yep.
Completely. And then there was this cellar door. And this is the one that was the date and month.
So, day in London, 3.
Okay, so...
Month in Paris, November, 11.
Oh, that doesn't really go.
And then year in Rome, 81.
Yeah. Let's check that note again.
Day in London, month in Paris, year in Rome. Yeah. 3, 11, 81.
But that's too many numbers. This doesn't work.
Day in London.
Mm-hmm.
From London to Paris, October 3, so 3.
Yeah.
Month in Paris.
February.
Rome to Paris in November.
No. February is when you are in Paris. La Paris Express is February 14th.
Oh, it's meant to be 2. Okay, so 3281.
82 then. Because then the Rome Express is 82.
Year in Rome. Ah, but that depends on if you go... Okay, so go back to that. Go back to the journal. That depends on if you are...
If you count it as this is the London train, this is the Paris train, this is the Rome.
Is it the day that we arrive in Rome, or is it the day that we leave Rome?
I would assume it's the Rome, like when it's stamped.
But it's only 2 to check, so that's not that bad anyway.
No,
It's
no,
3 to 81 or 82.
Yeah. So let's see.
The search space is a lot more manageable.
2 and then we go 8. 82. And we're
I
in
wanted
the
to be 81.
You wanted to be right. You're very close. A book in my chamber is the key to the work of my life. The wisdom of this literary work will help you understand my motives and their consequences. Yeah, we already done that though. But hey, look! The key.
The book was
The key
Hamlet.
item. The key item. That
So
we're
his motivation is to kill his uncle and assume the throne of England.
Denmark. Denmark.
Denmark, sorry.
Hamlet is Danish.
Too many of the King Lears.
Okay, so now we get 45-17.
Yeah, there we go.
It's Hamlet division as everyone dies. Family seal is stamped on the back of this image. Okay, that's a lot of kegs.
So inspect all the barrels carefully. Because you won't get punished for hints, I guess. If you use that,
No,
maybe.
no, then you don't get sorted. So that's for people who want to brilliance with that they didn't know it. I'm not sure how well the explanation shows. I wrote it all in, but I'm not sure how good it's.
So what does the picture have for their orientations, I guess? Because it looks like you spin around the orientations of these things, so we've got to make it match the picture, presumably.
Yeah. Well, in that case, you might want to get that print screen.
Print screen? Okay, done. Okay. So top one, okay, we can head over. Top one is diagonally up and left.
Okay, let's see. Top one was diagonal.
Left. Yep, so that's basically where it is. No, back where it was.
Now it has to go a circle around. Well,
Then
no.
the next one is vertic.
That.
Yep. Oh,
Okay, there.
no, one. No, yeah.
Just-
We got lag issues again.
Okay. Is it now correct? I'm just not touching anything.
No.
Okay, one
Diagonally
before that.
up and left. Yes, the one
There.
before that.
Okay. Great. Next one.
Vertically up and down, so that looks good.
Okay.
The next one is really hard to see, actually. I'm gonna go with
We can skip
vertically
it.
up and down again. I'm gonna go with vertically up and down again.
Okay, fine.
And then vertically up and down, and then vertically up and down.
Can't change the middle
So
one.
all 3 of the middle ones, I think, are vertically up and down.
Middle one can't be changed though.
Yeah, they're correct. Like, they're both... All 3 should be up and down like that one. Like, that one is... Make all of the ones in this column, or this row match that.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
those match.
And then the next one is horizontal. So exactly the way it is. Yep. And then that one... no,
Yeah.
no. Sorry.
Huh?
I'm starting from the bottom left of the pile. So 2 more left. Yep, so that one is good. And then the next one is slightly more than horizontal, tilting slightly down to the right.
Down to the right. So
that's up to the right. We need like 2 more, I guess. Yeah, that looks good. Oh. No, that's too far, I think.
but it only goes into so many.
So go 3, 1. Yep, again, that one. That one is
Okay.
lovely. And then the next one is up and to the right. So 1 more.
No,
Yeah, that
that's
looks
all
good.
of them. So if that
And
was
then-
correct, there's something should have happened.
I think that's it. One that is blurry to mine is maybe the middle left one is hard to see in my print screen. So check the journal and you'll have a better higher res one. I think that one is the only one that I would think is wrong.
That one doesn't
So I'm pretty sure
do anything.
it doesn't solve it, yeah.
Okay, let's try getting this.
Have a look again. But I think that's right.
Yeah, that looks right there.
And left. Up and down. Up and down, up and down, up and down. Left, right. Slightly up and left. Up and right. Left, right.
No, that's... This is definitely one of the things I would like to have in the journal, but...
I think that's all right. I don't see what's different. Like, I'm in my head doing that meme about, you know, management needs you to find the difference between these two pictures. And I'm yelling at the screen that they're the same.
Just gonna try to rotate these completely once more. Doesn't do anything. I guess that's the same. Well, the game does not agree that it's correct.
My claim is that it's the game that's wrong. Do you see what's different?
I can't say. This is one of those times when I really wish like I had a second monitor that I could just freeze this on. Well, I think I made it wrong now, but that's on me. I didn't leave this one the right way. That was supposed to be that way. But that's on me. Messing with it now afterwards.
I think that's all good again.
Yeah. But the game doesn't say
Can you
so.
do the barrels to the sides as well? Like the barrels to the not part of this pyramid?
Not these three. I think. And let's just walk over and check. No, not these either. Seems like these are the only ones that we...
Oh, we've got the wall safe to do. We now know the extra spinny thing for that. We've got to keep in our heads the barrels.
We have that, but there's...
currently a sticking point.
And then there was also the other thing. The cork. We can now open the bottle.
Ah, yes, your favorite puzzle.
Yes, the most important puzzle of the entire game. Gotta open that bottle. Do we have enough with that one though? It still seems like there should be.
I think. You think there's going to be 6?
I think there might be 6, but I could be wrong. But we can try 45, 17, 30, 22.
There might be 6. We can. Yeah, it doesn't take too long.
Let's try.
And we are here.
We are here. Okay.
So what was it? 45 left.
But see, this is the thing. It doesn't reset.
I don't think that matters because you want it to be like move 45 numbers, whereas I think it means move left until you hit 45.
Okay, move until you hit 45.
That's moving right. Like that's moving clockwise, isn't it? Isn't that the wrong way? Wasn't it move counter?
It was counterclockwise, so counterclockwise until I get to 45. Okay. No sound, so let's hope. What was it after that? It was
I don't.
seven,
I'll print screen it next time you. There you go, print
17
screen.
clockwise. So
But I
let's
failed.
see.
I was too
15, 16, 17. And then 30 counter. And then 22 clockwise. Okay, it was enough. Hooray!
Okay, and we now have hero. Hero is, I think, one of the things we put in the statues.
Mm-hmm.
Is maybe the ballerina one somehow? Is like the ballerina?
I don't think the ballerina was one of them, no. Sorry to say, but I don't think the ballerina stood in for one of those symbols. However, I finally get to open this bubble. I wasn't even aware there was a puzzle involving chandeliers on top of a fireplace.
Yeah, me either.
I missed
This
it.
feels like the clock in Agatha Christie, where we mustn't have clicked on the things enough to realize that the
I mean, we
the
never
foot
checked the
pedals were
fireplace.
interactable.
We never checked the fireplace. After we did the one fireplace that was a puzzle, that's like, okay, no, don't need to look at the fireplaces anymore. Which one is it though? There's no fireplace in the dining room. And we've done the cogs there, so that is done.
So we know where one was. One was in the library.
Let's see. Let's not go through there. Let's just take the long way.
Yep.
There we go. There's
Oh,
one.
you're not going to try and do the...
There's one.
Ah, yeah, this has got... Yep, this has got candles, so...
One. And then... Where did it go? There. And then 2 and 3 is on that side. Then 4, 5... 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Yep.
Oh,
6,
there, now it's all the
7.
masks. Okay, so now these have to be put in the right order. So you print screened the direction for this, right?
No. No. And it wasn't a word thing? Like... Yeah, okay, so it's right behind us.
Yeah.
A guest with a huge, graceful nose. I'll print screen it now. Done. Paste. Okay. You can go to the masks happily.
Mm-hmm.
So first is big nose, which kind of looks like the one that's already there. That looks like a big nose, or maybe the one on the bottom left.
I think this is the big nose.
That one. Okay, yeah, okay. So that goes to the top. A guest with a huge, graceful nose looked down from above on all the other guests.
Mm-hmm.
His attention was called deep down below at the bottom of the hall, where a gentleman with a large green mask. So the middle mask down to the bottom row?
Mm-hmm.
We don't know whether it's on the left or the right yet.
No.
With a large green mask was talking very close to the woman to his right with a mask adorned with feathers.
Oh, that
So
could be either one.
The orange one at the top right, I guess? Or the purple? Okay, there's two. Let's see what I can find about purple or orange. The most distance of the guests, blah blah blah, fighting, woman, oval, green, emerald, blah blah blah. Handsome man, sky blue mask, spikes, no. In the center of the hall, a woman with black flames, appearance mask of her last two guests located just above her drawing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yep, the black one is in the middle, that's
Yep.
right. But we don't get any indication of which of the two feather ones it is. I think we just have to try.
Was blue in the middle or above? Because you mentioned something about blue flame. Or blue spike.
Okay, so the most distant of the guests, as if they were fighting on, were a woman with an oval green emerald on her masks at the left.
Oh, that's this one. Because that has
So that's how we tell the
yeah.
feathers. Okay, so now the feather is the other bottom one.
Mm-hmm.
So once again, from the top, blah 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 blah. First one is graceful nose. Second one is at the bottom, green mask, who is talking to a woman with feathers. Next, the most distant of the guests, as if they were fighting on, were a woman with an oval green emerald at the left of the hall, and across from her, a handsome man in sky blue mask with spikes.
Okay.
So the blue and the white sound like they need to... Yeah. At the center is a woman with black flames. Of the last two guests located just above her, drawing them each their attention. And yet it hasn't like made a solved sound.
No.
So I'll read it again, and you can see what you disagree with. The guest with a huge, graceful nose looked down from above on all the other guests in the hall.
No, that's...
His attention was called deep down below at the bottom of the hall, where a gentleman with a large green mask was talking very close to the woman to his right, with a mask with feathers adorned. The most distant of the guests, as if they were fighting on, were a woman with an oval green emerald on her mask at the left of the hall, and across her a handsome man that a sky blue mask with spikes wore. In the center of the hall, a woman with a black flames appearance mask of the last two guests located just above her, drawing them each their attention was.
I mean, to me it sounds like this should make sense. Let me just try swapping out the blues though. No. Makes no difference. Oh, the green man's right.
The green man is right?
Thanks and not thanks, rumor.
Because he's looking the other way.
What did that do, though? What actually happened? I didn't get anything for the inventory.
It made a click noise.
It made a click noise. And then I looked away because I was looking over to... Yeah, you did. You did, rumor. Let's see. What happened? What changed?
If you try and pull the chandeliers, what happens? Does it...
It just does the same thing. I just think that something changed and I missed what.
I didn't see it either, sorry.
No, that's not it. I was kind of hoping it was just, you know, like last time, put that
nice
thing on.
lit up.
It did read what changed. Not sure if that counts as backseating. No. That does not count as backseating. That's just me missing the reading.
As long as you don't also solve whatever puzzle the information gives us.
Explore the master bedroom and find me a strange secret research. Yeah, no. One of the masks.
One of the masks came loose. Okay, so we need that mask. This is the mask that we need to put on the mask in the other room. So what was the hint for what mask it needed to be?
This one. It's the only one I can pick up, so I'm assuming that one.
Oh, okay. Only one of them has come loose.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So that doesn't really. I'm willing to overlook
That has to
one.
be on the bust in the games room, was it?
Is it the games room?
It was like games or food.
Food? I'm really confused.
Like dining.
Let's see. We are in the drawing room. We can just check the dining room.
Well, games is a bit closer, isn't it?
Is it?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Wherever you can get to.
It's equal length.
Yeah, wherever you can get to. It's not a big deal.
It was this one anyway,
yeah.
so... There we go. Okay, we have one more emblem. So we might as well just deposit these.
Go to the statue room, yep.
Let's see,
Laugh again at the censored... Oh gosh.
Leaf of a Lion. I don't think that's gonna be an error, but oh well, let's just try. Brave Hero is probably gonna be the lion, I would assume. No, not the right medallion? Really? But this doesn't make any sense. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong here? Because none of these fit in.
Ooh.
Maybe we have to find the round discs for them to fit in on first. Because currently they do not fit. As far as it's just the
None of
emblems.
them, yeah. Okay, so the other thing we could do was, what was it? It was music room and dancing room. We were going to look for anything that the ballerina can go in.
Which is this way then, I think? Yeah. Okay,
the doors really don't like you.
They really don't. So this is the games room. There was nothing here for the ballerina. Just double check that. And if I go through here, where do I get? Yeah, then I get to the ballroom. The doors is a bit fiddly. It's like sliding doors most of the time. If you're not fast enough, then no luck. Yeah, that's the only thing that's in here.
Is there like a music box somewhere here?
Nah.
We carefully checked the, yeah, like the equivalent of the candelabras for this room.
I don't think they do anything. But then again, I didn't think they did anything before either, so... Where did this one go to? No, that's the wrong corridor, I think. No, that is the right corridor. If I want to get out to the main staircase. I want to escape into the hallway. This is correct. Okay. Because it said go to the master bedroom, so let's just try and do that and see if we now have...
Enough to do that?
Yeah. Let's see if we have anything that might indicate that we have enough to do that. I went the wrong way, didn't I?
Also,
Yeah.
can we look at our notebook? Is there anything else that we haven't used in our notebook yet?
Okay, let's check the notebook. So we're missing a puzzle for 14.
So, okay. Are there any? I was more like flip through all of them and see if we've used everything, like to our memory.
Yeah, we've used all of these. All of the first pages.
Yes.
We've done the chess.
We used 1 and 2. Yep. We did the chess, the combination lock. We did this chess.
We did this with all the residents and the doctor.
We did the weight and the numbers, the phone numbers. Yep.
Let's see. We did use the up down.
Yep, that was the 7-button light dark thing.
Hamlet
was the rotating book thing.
Yeah.
That was the combination lock on the foot locker. This clock is self-evident. The time we got the thing for, and that gave us another something. We've done that clock. Yep.
Yeah, we've done everything that we have.
We did that, and I was the wrong year, and I'm salty.
It made sense, okay? It made sense.
So we must be missing a hint. We're missing a hint. We have not pixel hunted well enough. Is there anything to the right of the candelabras one, or is 16 the end?
It looks like the end. So it just looks like we're missing one puzzle.
Okay.
One puzzle hint.
What rooms do I feel like we haven't done enough of? It was music. I said music, dancing, and... I feel like we need to... Well, you want to do the people's room, so we'll do that first. And then if that fails, we can start doing these other things, eh?
Yeah, I just wanted to check again with the master bedroom because this thing still bugs me. It still bugs me so much. It should be this. Everything indicates that it should be this, but no. Because that was the objective, right? It's explore the master bedroom and find the secret research. That is it. And that indicates that we should have had enough to open that box.
How about these candelabras? Because this looks...
Is that what we're going to be doing now? Just checking all the candelabras? There's this one, but the face is missing. We don't have a clock face, except these things. But that aren't really clock faces.
Yeah, we can try, yeah. No, it doesn't work here.
Doesn't work. Wasn't expecting it to, but...
Yeah, I think it goes in the machine in the science room, but...
I think so, but where is the clock face then? Where have we missed the clock face?
I mean, it's probably we're missing something that gives us the box, and then the box gives us the clock face things.
That could be it. That could be it. But the clue for the puzzle box is that it's a lady. A lady.
There's probably a hint somewhere that we've pixel missed though, because that's hinted by the fact that we have a missing page in our book.
Could very well be. Very well be, but
So I need to step away for a sec. Do you want to check if the rotoscope, sorry, the zotoscope, whatever they were, things are in the science room so that we know for sure that they go there?
I can
Cool.
do that.
Give me a sec. I gotta grab a new drink. Yeah.
I can find my way out. Ah, I have escaped. So according to this take 5.5 hours. So you guys had 25 more minutes before children point at you and laugh in the streets. See, I'm fine with that because that is also not counting the time that we chat and talk about the puzzles and do that. So I am absolutely fine with not beating the time there for once. But of course, we shouldn't be too far behind it. That would be bad. Yeah, we're two, and that takes longer. If there was just one of us and we were super focused, it would probably go a lot faster. So we need one more plate. Which is then again probably in the master bedroom. But put the 2 plates there, can confirm that's where they belonged. There's also this thing that we don't know what it is. Keep forgetting it's a thing. There's that puzzle, and then there's this.
You've been keeping her honest while I've been away.
I ran down, put the discs in, they do indeed fit there, and there is one missing. So I ran back up to try and get back in time, because apparently Neemblub is very insistent that we only have 25 more minutes before children will laugh at us in the streets. Whereas I try to claim then that surely when you're playing cooperatively with someone and you're talking and just doing banter, that should add time to the clock. The argument was there's 2 of us and therefore it should deduct time from the clock. So it's...
I'm inclined to agree that we've got more chances of thinking of the right answer and not getting stuck, but...
I guess. And yet stuck we are.
How about we check out the twins room again? I feel like we haven't explored that fully. Let's look at everything there.
Okay. I mean, we never found anything of interest in the twins room. The twins room were absolutely of no interest.
The twins room and the sewing room are both suspicious.
They are.
But the sewing room seems like we need to find something to put in that necklace.
Yes. And we still have not found the key to the storage room. Unless, let me just check, because it's the only one that doesn't have a thing. No, it doesn't work. Okay, good.
So there's that, and there's also the barrels, which we feel like we've got the right answer to.
There is no music box or anything in here. Oh, but we do have the crown key that goes in here. So we have this door. So new room.
Okay. Vision mode. Vision.
No vision.
No vision. Okay.
Search everything.
Somehow I don't think we'll find a music box in a cupboard, like a clothing cupboard, but...
Same thing, but you never know. Kids keep the darndest things in the darndest places. Okay, picture of the twins. But yeah, also during stream you read things a lot more than if you were playing it on your own. And that's a music box. That looks definitely like a music box. And instructions for how to turn it. 2 different names share the same
instructions.
Yeah. Spin times 5.
In the counterclockwise.
doesn't fit the lock. Oh, okay, so it wasn't that one. Oh, there it is. Never mind, I was on the wrong box. Go, and... how to spin you.
One, two, three, four. Yes.
Go. Okay, a ring. Not what I was looking for.
A ring is close to, but not what we want. Yeah. We want, like, necklace medallion or necklace gem or something.
Okay, so the girl's grades dropped drastically. And now we also know there's a locked box over here, and we have no key for it. Is this the bathroom that will finally solve everything? No, it's not. Nope. Toothpaste. One day a bathroom will become useful, but today is not that day. Oh! Well, look at the hint for the thing that we did differently.
Brave soldier switched his sword. He wears a green uniform. Oh, come on. Well, we brute forced that.
Yeah. It didn't come into the journal though, so it wasn't a journal thing. Now where to? We can check with the sewing room and just see if that cameo can be put into the necklace somehow.
Yeah, or the clock.
Let's see. If I equip you and then slot you in there, it doesn't work. Darn it.
Doesn't work here. And in the clock?
What?
Or couldn't the ring be the key to the box in the...
In the room we found it in?
No, in the parents' bedroom.
I don't think so, but you never know. I was certain it would be just remove the cameo and put it into the necklace.
Yeah, that would make the most sense.
Because that would make sense, and I like things that make sense. Let's see. Oh, wrong turn. I was supposed to go on the other side. Over here. Let's see. That is out. Or could it be that it's this thing?
So there's two things it could be here. It could
ring.
be this thing.
Yes. A lady's hand.
Or the clock. But it's not the clock.
But now we have a clock. So...
Well, that's close at hand.
And then we get the gem, and then we can go back and put the gem in the necklace.
Okay, so we thought the things were the other way around.
That's fine. We can now run back, put the gem in
Doesn't
there.
help us with the barrels.
Well-
This is when it's like another picture of the barrel. It's what comes out of the necklace.
Oh no. That's in the safe. The safe holds the... Okay, so something added into the journal. There.
New journal entry.
So 2, 1, 3.
So this is presumably the clothing room.
The clothing room safe.
Yeah.
So back again we go. In that safe there's gonna be a picture of more barrels. And this is the wrong way. I'm supposed to be down this way. It's always gonna go back to those barrels.
At least the wine bottle has been solved.
The wine bottle mystery has indeed been solved. Okay, so let's see.
So it was
So 2 clockwise, 1 counter, 2 clockwise.
2, 1, 3.
So let's see. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. No. Start from the top. There's a click, so 1, 2.
I would guess it's number of
1.
clicks.
1, 2, 3. The number of clicks?
I would think so. Like you want to make it click twice, then once, then 3 times?
That doesn't seem to make sense. Now it's gotten stuck, so go out of there. Go back in. So 2 clicks.
What you think it's
2 clicks counterclockwise, then 1 click. No, 2 clicks clockwise, 1 click counterclockwise, 3 clicks clockwise is what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try that then. Probably right. So clockwise 1, 2, counterclockwise 1, clockwise 1, 2, 3, and it opened.
Dun, dun, dun.
And we found a bronze medallion.
Ah.
And
So we've got 2 of 4? We're halfway there.
yay! Camille Strange, February 3rd, died November 5th. I feel this is gonna be important.
Aww.
I feel those days are gonna be important though. Because we still have the chest, but we can't put anything in that. The chest in the master bedroom. We still haven't figured that one out. And now we also have a locked box that needs a key.
Yeah, the kids box.
Kids box.
Yeah.
Ay ay ay.
Barrels, kids box. Isn't there also a symbol using?
Is there? I thought we'd used all the symbols. Padlock resembles a heart, so we still need a key for that.
A symbol using padlock somewhere? In the downstairs, in the downest area?
I didn't think so. I thought we'd done all of the symbols. I know there's this thing,
Oh, yeah.
which is, something. But...
Oh, yes. What's our inventory at the moment, Sorrels? What's our inventory at the moment, sorry?
Oh, we're still supposed to find the secret research, which we haven't done. Inventory is 1 medallion and two symbols.
Okay, so we could do medallion, but then we're stuck with trying to work out one of the things we don't know.
Hmm. So, did we miss anything in the bedroom then? Does it see... It's still giving us that. But then, what did we miss?
Maybe it gives us that until we've put the medallion in the thing that it belongs in. Like, the chain of things is that gives you the medallion, and then until you've used the medallion?
Could very well be. But we did... Did we get the medallion from this? We didn't get the medallion from this. This was the...
This gave us the thing to get the gem, and then the gem gave us the... Gave us the key for the spinning safe.
I mean, it doesn't hurt to try, I guess. And try to just quickly put that in there. Doesn't take...
Maybe that does indicate that we use the baby's death number as the... the padlock thing.
Could be. But... Tried just trying that padlock and it didn't work. And that changed nothing.
2 of 4, but... We're doing things out of order.
We're doing things very much out of order, but... Let's see. So you didn't see because you were getting a new
I was away,
beverage.
yeah. I was getting my new cola, which is now destroyed, but I'm not thirsty at least.
So this is how this looks now.
The rotoscope thing, or yeah.
And I can choose to play it. But that's all it does.
Okay. What does the enter do? Because it says interact.
Yeah, that's choose it, so it plays.
Okay.
So you choose your disc and then you click enter and it plays it.
Okay. And we are missing one because there's 3 holders, so
Yeah.
yep.
You're definitely missing one. And we're missing so many keys at the moment. So, where to?
I don't know. I only know the barrels are something we can do, and it already says that it's not the right thing.
Mm-hmm. Clearly missing something. I can't figure out what. Trying to think, like, is there at any point we've seen any clues or anything that we haven't done, but no.
Only the barrel, and yeah.
Only the barrels. And the barrels look identical. Barrels definitely look identical.
We're doing all right, Bellcat. We seem to have hit a bit of a brick wall. There's one puzzle where we have a clue, and we make it look the answer look like the clue, and it doesn't like say solved. It just sort of sits there and says, "Yeah, try again."
Mm-hmm. So kind of stumped right now, but
So yeah, there's that one bell. And there's this one where we've got to find an extra disc for this ancient projector. And those are the only two. Oh, and there's a music box. Oh, no, not a music box, but there's a lock box in the twin girls' cupboard, and we don't know how to open that.
And we have no idea what these emblems are for. Oh,
Yeah.
Wait. The puzzles we have left. Is this the things missing in the stairway? And we're supposed to put them there. Is that it?
Wasn't there 3 though?
Yes, but if we have 2, I can at least test the theory. I can at least test the theory.
True. And then we have less items in our inventory to rub on other items.
Doesn't work there, okay. How about you? Do you work here? No. Darn it. Doesn't work there either, and then I'm assuming it won't work on the last one either. No. That was a hope. It was a hope. Because I feel like we should have by now seen where those are supposed to go.
Yeah, we've had it for ages. At least one of them we've had for ages.
Yeah. So where do they go? Where would those things go?
What's private room got in it?
Private room is the one that had the little knights in it.
Okay.
I think.
Oh, it's like it's like a study sort of thing, yeah.
I think that's what I mean, yeah. Is there anything hiding in the corners that we've missed? No.
I think it has to be the barrels.
I don't want to do the barrels. But if there's no other options, I guess it's the barrels. The game still says that we have to do the master bedroom, so who knows? But let's head to the basement, I guess. Basement.
What other rooms haven't we used much? Where's the map? Where's my print screen of the map? Basement?
Hmm? We haven't done much in the basement, that is true. Anything else in the room? Did this? Oh! That didn't open before.
Oh, you put a cog in and we didn't notice that it was like, you can access this key now?
Yes.
So, once again, assumptions about cogs coming back to bite your puzzlers in the backside.
Well, that wasn't the cogs, that is clocks. That is our clock curse, okay? If there's a puzzle involving clocks, we're cursed. That is just,
So, do you reckon this is the kids box?
No, I think it's the master bedroom, so I think I went the wrong way. It's a heart-shaped key, and the heart-shaped padlock is in the master bedroom. Let's see. Now we can finally do this. Oh, that's probably why the game has been trying to tell us this as well, because it registered we have done the puzzle, assumed that we're smart enough to open the clock, and therefore have everything we need.
You've opened the clock and gotten the key, haven't you?
You got the disc from there that you needed to solve it, so clearly you have gathered everything. And there's a strongbox silver key. Key to an old safe. Dead bodies. Okay, where's the other one then? Just a strongbox silver key. You think that's the one in the kids' bedroom?
Kids' room? It must be. It's the only key thing that we... Unless when we do the barrels, it unlocks, like it uncovers a little, you know, opening with a different safe in it.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't be surprised at this point. Okay, let's see if this one works here. No. It's not that one.
Oof.
Where else have we seen a strongbox that we haven't been able to open? Oh. There gotta be a place that we've seen a box, surely. Okay, the master bedroom was the one with the master bedroom was the one with the heart-shaped.
And the clock and the
attic.
The thing that you thought the ballerina was absolutely going to be the solution for.
But the attic, the safe in the attic.
Yep, we haven't... Wasn't that the combination lock with the symbols that we didn't know?
No, the safe was open up. Straight up. That was just a key. That was straight up a key. Yeah, that's just locked. There we go. Attic has been solved. That gives us another bronze medallion.
Which looks awfully like the lion that we have.
Mm-hmm. It's totally different.
Yeah. It's on a plate.
Yeah.
Oh, nice no clipping.
I really wish I had the jump button to just jump over the railing there, but have to go all the way around. Okay, so that must surely be you, the brave. There we go. That leaves us with one. We're missing one disc. We have two emblems. And no idea where to use them. Because my idea up there did not work.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that you would put 3 little symbols in those wall thing and it would give us the last one, it feels right.
But then we're missing one of them.
Which is presumably hidden behind the barrels.
Damn. barrels.
And I think the barrels is now the only thing we haven't done that we know about, other than the rotoscope.
I think so. I think so.
So unless you can think of something else, I think we fiddle with the barrels.
Oh, back to the barrels this then. Barrels. Okay, let's see. Barrels.
What else? There's this, and there's the barrels. Up left, up down, up down, up down, up down, left right, up right. That. Print screen again. Done. Paste. Did we vision mode in here?
No, we did not. The one room we didn't.
This is the third time in the whole game they've ever used this mechanic.
We have checked every single freaking room.
In every other room, and the one that we forget.
Oh dear. Okay.
Hundreds of bathrooms have been checked again and again. Okay.
Okay, so now what?
So it's presumably a match the symbols puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
Like we want the barrels, the symbols where the barrels join each other to be the same.
Very likely. I wish there was
So
something.
shield,
to
the one is shield. Put the circular shield down to the bottom left.
Bottom left?
Top left barrel. Top left barrel. Make the police badge point down and left.
The police badge?
Police badge. It's shaped like a shield or a police badge.
Okay, fine.
Yep, and then make that match the next police badge on the book down and left. Okay, and then the fleur-de-lis matches there. And then that matches, and it all gets very easy.
Mm-hmm. Gee, I wonder what's going in there. I couldn't possibly imagine how that works. And that coat of arms goes in the middle, doesn't it? That coat of arms go exactly in the middle. Where I wanted to put those things.
That's not that fancy, Nemablob. Like, that's just once you get one to line up, all the others... If it was when you made them match each other that the symbols swapped positions, that's when that gets hard. And that's normally what those puzzles are in games.
Okay, there we go. Equip there. And then I can equip you there. And I can equip you there. Everything works.
Please, Nemablob, you give me too little credit. So what do we just get? We get another
also,
statue thing?
Yeah, and also all of this medieval imaginary and a police badge is what you come up with.
It looks like a police badge.
I think that threw me more than the puzzle itself. It's like, police badge? Wait, this... How are we going police badge? But yeah, I can see the shape. It's just coat of arms. Okay, there we go.
What does this give us?
Access.
Come on. Game beaten. Game beaten.
A lot of missing persons. Reading.
Oh.
Mysterious murder. The famous Sibian scientist
No.
has been found dead under strange circumstances. Oh dear.
Suitable for the next stage. Unsuitable. Death. Unsatisfactory. Unsuitable.
Death in 3 hours, 22 minutes. That's a long, excruciating death. Oh, a storage room key.
Investigation report number 5. Dark red blood. After several years of investigation and experimentation, I have finally succeeded. I have managed to synthesize a serum by combining the properties of the life enzyme isolated from a jellyfish and selective regeneration gene from a salamander and the blood of some test subjects. I've been able to show how the half-life of the serum improves considerably as younger test subjects are used, which results in a darker shade of red in the serum. I've started the next stage of clinical trials with the vermilion and carmine formulations. Very soon I will start testing a new hypothesis.
I don't know, I think you read that a bit slow.
I want to keep my honor for the kids on the street.
That honor is lost. Let's see. Find a way to access the secret chamber.
The offspring is eternal. So we want...
Nothing in the corner. Well, we have the storage room key, so I'm assuming we have to use that.
That makes sense. Key that we haven't used yet. Yep.
Rush, rush, rush. Not that we can really run in this game, but... Oh well. Storage room was 2nd floor, if I remember correctly. Wrong way. Right way. I think the storage room was in the 2nd floor. Yes, storage. Storage room should be right about here. The family portrait was repainted to remove the youngest member of the family.
Yep, so evidence of the baby was removed.
Uh-huh. Jewelry box key, that makes sense. Oh, okay. Have no idea what this is, though.
Holy... That looks like a bloody,
I mean, it's
Enigma machine rotor.
It is a cipher, but we have no clues as to what it could be yet.
How many letters? Wait. Before we leave, how many letters? How many letters? Notepad. We're gonna pay attention to how many letters to keep notes for.
7. 7 letters.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. 7 letter password / word. Yep.
To the twins. Surely this must be the last box thingy. Surely.
Ravens.
There we go.
Evermore without an E on the end.
Okay, one more.
What?
Congratulations,
We're
you have now found
collecting them?
2 of them. That one was also 7 letters.
Okay, no, I didn't pay attention to actually what the letters were. I assumed we were using these as like, no, go back, I need to write them down.
Okay, fine.
So the letters are Q, F,
It's an entire alphabet.
D, F, Q, N. Oh, okay. No, I thought it was showing something. No, that's fine.
No.
That's fine.
It's an entire alphabet there, so. And
Then why can't we pick them up?
because the game wants you to run back and forth.
Like, surely we take them and we put them in something.
Surely we could put them in our inventory. We've been carrying a lot bigger things than that.
Yeah, we're carrying a giant ass shield that takes up half a wall.
Look, this is the same person who can't figure out how to open a bottle without a corkscrew.
Yeah.
Wait, where am I? Did I take a wrong turn? I did take a wrong turn. I wanted to go to the library. Place that last disc. Study... library. And try to solve that, if possible.
Yeah, I don't understand what the rotoscope thing's gonna do. Maybe it's just like the phonograph where we put all 3 things in and then it's like, you have successfully done the phonograph.
Mm-hmm.
That does not seem to be so.
Well, we need to play this one.
Holy.
But no, that did not do anything. Huh. Okay. Try playing all of them again.
Vision mode? Vision mode on them, now that they're here?
They don't seem to...
Her dress is definitely...
The gloves are green. Very green.
Dress, gloves... The whole body, that's unhelpful. If it was just like dress, gloves, and something else, then it might be a hint in the like, closet room.
Hmm.
But the whole body?
I mean... You mean the order we play them in, basically?
Oh no, I meant like, maybe it means that we go to the walk-in closet room and we, like, put dress and gloves on the body or something, or we click gloves, then... Then dress and then person or something.
Hmm. We can try. Up there.
Because have we seen gloves anywhere else? That's the only time I can think of gloves, is in the...
It's in the dressing room.
Yeah. And admittedly, they're the wrong kind of gloves. They're ladies' gloves, they're not boxing gloves, but...
Whoop.
Were there not gloves in one of these?
I think there were, but... However, I'm gonna have to make a quick toilet break, so you ponder.
Yeah. What else could it possibly be? Gloves, dress... and body. We need 2 7-letter passwords. Probably not even a password, it's probably just some random collection of letters that we get from a hint from something else. The day of the dress, the month of the body, and the year of the boxing gloves. That's, I'll get the year of the boxing gloves wrong by 1 and be salty about it forever, Bummer. Gloves isn't 7 letters. Dress isn't 7 letters. So they're not somehow the hints for them. Boxing? Boxing. That's 6, not 7. Pugilism? That's probably too many letters. I don't know how you spell it. Pugilist could work. Maybe? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's 8. That's not 7. Boxer? No, that's 5. Wrestler? No, but it's not wrestling, it's boxing. Hmm. Ooh, Eternal works. And that works with the theme of everyone becoming, like, immortal. What about immortal? Yeah, immortal, eternal. What else? Enobi, Darkness, Dementia, Raven Way. EDDRW?
Okay, I'm back. I'm sure you've solved everything by now.
We've been thinking of some things, some possible relations between the boxing gloves and the flipping man and the whatnot, and the possible permutations or answers to the cipher things. The only thing we've come up with is that eternal and immortal both fit, and would fit with everything to do with the eternal youth.
Okay, let's see. Wasn't that... Where were the ciphers? They were in storage room.
One's in the storage and one is in the girls' cupboard.
Okay, come on.
So eternal and immortal would both potentially... But it's just like throwing darts at a wall rather than...
Well, it doesn't hurt to try. Because we probably have the clues at this point in the game. We probably have them and we don't see them. What was the thing you said though? Eternal... No, not eternal,
Yeah,
but...
and, immortal. Or is immortal double M and I can't spell.
Mm-hmm. No, but what was the clue that you're trying to connect it to?
Oh, just like the theming about the Fountain of Youth and the fact that he's trying to make his kids immortal and his family. Like, it didn't strictly connect to the gloves or the...
Remember her name. Her name is, You screenshotted that, didn't you? The little medallion.
The little girl?
Yes, the kids.
No. That's in the parents' room.
That's in the parents' room.
It's Eternal with an A.
Oh, well. It was in the safe, wasn't it? The medallion was in the safe. Remember her
I thought it was
name.
in the parents' room locker, but
Camille.
no, I'm wrong. Okay.
Remember her name, so if
Print
it's
screen,
Camille... If this is it...
Strange would also fit. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're having two of them...
Yeah. So, Camille.
I went the long way around.
E-A-M? I-double-L?
Wrong, right?
Eh.
There we go. Camille Strange blood sample. Okay, so if we're going by that, then the one in the other kid should also match.
And be either Strange or one of the daughters' names?
Didn't they have like similar names? Okay, well, on the last one there was a clue, so there was a picture here. Two different names share the same blood is written on the back. Maya and Mia Strange. So yeah, Strange probably then.
Or it could be Maya Mia. That fits.
Yeah, it was just share one name.
Yeah, Strange. Yeah.
As far as the clue goes, if that's a clue. Which I'm assuming it is. And we have just not seen it. Or rather, paid attention to it.
We assumed that it was lore, not hint.
Mm-hmm. Let's not go the entire way around. Strange. No. Not strange. Okay, then we try with their other name.
Maya Mia?
I mean, unless you have something else. Did I misspell it? I don't think I did.
No, S-T-R-A-N-G-E, yeah.
Maya? Was that it? With Y? Maya.
I think it was Maya.
And then Mia?
Maya Mia, here we go again.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Ah!
Okay, so then it's only this puzzle down in the basement. Well, not in the basement, but in the library.
These things presumably are the solution to that puzzle?
Are they? We needed 3 things. We have 2.
Oh no. So we need one for the boy?
I don't know. I am just hoping that since the other 2 had the thing and the hint within the same room, then surely there is just something we missed in the library. There's boxing gloves, a dress, and the whole body.
Person flipping. On top of the horse. Oh! Okay, so is one of these a glove? Is one of these a horse?
There's a dress, a boxing ring.
Yep, dress.
And jumping. But... is it a glove instead? There we go, glove. Okay, so that's this... No, not you. Exit. I want the thing on
I
top.
want
There
the
we
cylinder,
go. Yeah. Okay, so if that's the last one...
Nicholas. Nicolas. No, that doesn't fit. Oh no, it's CH. Yeah, that fits. NICH.
C... H...
OLAS.
O... and L... A... and an S. There we go. Okay. We have blood samples.
So the only thing that we know of that we haven't done.
Into the basement we go. That was in the basement, right? Or was it... Did we enter it?
Wasn't it storage room something?
Oh yeah, it was in the middle. It was in the middle, in the basement from the statues. That is where it was. So... You know what? It was through here and then down here was the thing. Down here was the thing that needed to be filled. So I'm assuming it's put these in. Kinda strange how the guy makes puzzles based on the blood of his children, but...
Yeah, I was just wordless at the idea.
Like, yes, I will make a save. It will be requiring the blood of my kids. And this is the point where we die.
Oh. Investigation report 6 Crimson Formula. Eureka! I have managed to synthesize a formula that is completely capable of stopping cells from aging. The Crimson Formula. The cost has been very high. I have had to make an immeasurable sacrifice for our family, but it has been necessary to make the next great step for humanity. It's been difficult for the rest of the family to understand. But it is really simple. She has not died. She will now live eternally as part of us. She has given us the gift of eternal life, and her inheritance for the world is the perpetuation of the lineage of a family that would forever change the destinies of humanity. So, murdered baby used to make them immortal.
Yeah. And then we're a bit upset at the rest of the family for not understanding.
And now they're in
chamber.
Genic vats.
Use crimson serum.
Use it on yourself? The Vita Chamber. You have come very far. You have earned a role in the history of mankind. Our bodies must remain in suspended animation for 100 years inside the chambers to complete the cellular transmutation process and attain eternal life. I've decided to grant you the privilege of becoming the heir to the mansion and keeper of the chambers. Along with the letter, you will find a dose of the formula that will allow you to live long enough to fulfill this mandate. Once our transmutation is finished, you will have the opportunity to use one of the cameras and achieve immortality, or chambers, it's meant to be chambers, not cameras, like us. So, kill the supposedly soon immortal people, or become immortal ourselves. What do we pick?
I have no idea.
I would vote for immortality myself.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not... The guy's not quite there.
You think he's mad?
The guy has killed how many animals? How many people to get to this point? But you know what? I'll just do this.
Is there a save system? Because we haven't...
No. There we go. There. No. What?
Oh, you're gonna put it up to chat.
I was going, but right now it came as a... Oh, it's already active. Oh, okay. Is it? It doesn't show.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. I don't.
No one wants to kill them, everyone wants to be immortal.
Oh, no, we have one person who's for destroying the shaver. Everyone else is like, yeah, sure, let's join the crazy immortal family. Great. Well, I guess...
Is there anything else in the room?
Let's see. Nope.
This is it.
This is the choice we're gonna have to live with. Should take it.
I mean, if it was clearer about just murdering him and not the others in the family...
Yeah. I'm fine with murdering him and then just leaving the family. But I don't think we get a choice.
Free mansion, and if the immortality thing doesn't work out, free mansion.
Uh-huh. I mean, you're not wrong. Not wrong there. Not wrong there. I did put the timer on a bit long because last time I did it, it was for the vote on the Friday's relaxing stream. Made more sense.
Oh, it's not that bad. Don't stress.
Nah. The kids will already be laughing at us, so that's fine.
Why? What time are we at?
We've been streaming for 6:10, but that is not counting for any breaks or chit-chat before we started, so, yeah.
How long to beat? And what was it? Crimson Mansion.
Inheritance of Crimson Manor.
Manor. There we go, not mansion. Five and a half. Yeah, we apparently suck.
Mm-hmm. Oh well.
On the basis of 4 people.
That is fine. However... Oh! Destroy the Chamber got a boost there at the end. But, Become Immortal is,
Stays victorious.
Yeah. So, the serum is being used.
Better rivals, though.
That's all. He smiles because he got his way.
Okay, there was nothing too moon logic-y there. It was all just stuff that we'd missed or forgotten to do, like putting the glasses on in the barrel room.
Yeah.
God.
Just trying to make the barrels line up according to the photograph and like We should have seen it, because now that I think about it, it makes perfect sense. Because every single time we had to use those glasses, there was a stamp. On the note when we found that that lens, that was the first time we saw the stamp.
Yeah, okay.
So every time that seal came, you used the glasses. Every single time that seal showed up.
I mean,
I
it
seem.
wouldn't have mattered if we didn't forget to use the glasses once. Yeah. That feels so punishing. We were like, we checked this room with the glasses. Enter a new room. Check this room with the glasses. Nothing. Forget once. Get shat on for it.
I enjoyed the game though. The game was good.
Yeah.
It had a nice variation of puzzles. It wasn't too much of the same, except click it until
Maybe
it makes
the, like,
sense.
Button, yeah.
Yeah.
The click buttons that just like get the right order of button clicks.
Yeah.
Because those aren't so much puzzles, really.
No. I mean, I'm lucky with them, but they're not really good puzzles.
You were so lucky.
But, oh well. All in all, very enjoyable. Come on, give us a cutscene at the end of the credits at least. Something to show what happened to us.
I think that might be looping even, but maybe not.
It could be. I think I've seen the same name several times. Yeah, okay.
Project management.
Back to the menu this then.
Oh, it's 3 times now? Thank you, Nemi.
In that case, it seems we're done. Took a bit longer than hoped, but still. It was fun regardless.
Yeah, I had a great time. Thank you.
No, thank you for joining in. Let's see.
Finboy is up.
Who?
Finboy?
Oh, is Finboy streaming? Let's see.
Yes.
We can stop by there. What's after that again?
9,000.
It's the 9,000 one.
The numbers.
Yeah.
In numbers, not in words.
Yeah, Star Wars then. Knights of the Old Republic. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, yeah. Thank you to everyone who stopped by.
Yes, very much.
My next stream is tomorrow with 2 more demos. And, I mean, you stream every day.
Similarly for me, I think I'll probably be doing Caesar probably tomorrow. I've been given a new map.
Interesting. Okay, but goodbye. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and let's go and say hi to Finboy instead.
Have a lovely weekend, all.
Oh, I accidentally clicked the wrong thing.
It's easy to do.
Oh, it's just... there we go. But yeah, until next time, goodbye.
Peace.
far, but you know, there's always time. There's not much time. There won't be any living